interview room, and we are all together now. I'll start singing here. It's a karaoke bar. It's a karaoke bar. Well, we'll have the TCU Horny Toads in here with Coach Kirk Sarlos, Trey Richardson, the MVP of the Fayetteville Regional, of course, Sam Scarborough, right-handed pitcher, and third baseman Braden Taylor.
Okay, are you comfortable?
I'm comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, Craig, she gives. You know, one thing, we don't have the names on the back.
I know.
Okay.
These are actually the locker room ones.
Okay.
Ours are not ready yet.
Okay.
So we had to call an audible. So,
do I have a locker room then?
no. I don't know. They're not going to I reprinted yours.
Don't worry
I
about
printed yours with the initial batch of signage. They're supposed to be double-sided.
Okay.
Then yesterday I learned we forgot to print these. So like here's the locker room ones we can use for today, and they're printing them today.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Yeah,
But yeah, it's alphabetical by last name.
So
I've got Trey Richardson,
Richardson.
Sam,
Okay.
and then Braden.
Okay. I don't have my sheet. My. I did.
Need some extra paper to write on?
No, I did.
Okay.
I didn't have my chart,
Oh, your chart.
my seating chart finished.
Print it. We can.
Well,
You're in the webinar?
Yep. Ready to go. I'm muted.
You see
Yeah.
You on the gram? What
He's
you
still
got?
he's still returning all those birthday texts. Who is that?
Guys, if we can take off our hats, it helps a little bit with the video.
Yeah, how's our hair look?
Are we ready?
3 extremely different hairstyles. 4. 5, really.
Jen, we ready to start? Or? Okay. I want to welcome you to our first of 8 team news conferences today. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, please silence your cell phones. Let you do that. When we'll have our format as in years past. We'll start with a comment from the coach, and then we'll direct questions to the student athletes. And we have 2 mic handlers. Tina and Haley are here. Please raise your hand to be recognized. They'll get a mic to you. Give us your name and your affiliation so we can, it's helpful for the video and for the transcriptionists. And we also have folks joining us on Zoom, and we'll get to people doing that also. First of all, Kirk, welcome, congratulations, and give us an overview.
Thank you, Bill. Overview. There's a lot of people outside of our locker room that probably didn't think we'd be here a month or 2 ago, but the resiliency in our team and our program, obviously, the guys did the work, and we're here because of them. And I just we're back where we should be, in my opinion, for TCU baseball. It had been 6 years. We had gone 4 years in a row and 5 total, and I think Fort Worth and TCU thought it was super easy to get to a World Series, and it's really hard. So I couldn't be more proud in terms of our program being back in Omaha. Every team starts the year, with that goal in mind, and we're one of 8. So, congratulations to the other 7 teams as well on making it to Omaha, and we're looking for an exciting College World Series, and can't wait to watch our guys play.
Okay, we'll direct questions now for the student athletes first. And you have a question right here.
Hi, Joe Nugent, NBC Omaha. A question for Braden. There's a ton of potential first-round talent here this week. What do you make of all the great players that are here with you?
I think it's outstanding that there's tons of good teams, tons of good players here. But what I'm really just more looking forward to is just seeing how we go out there and compete. Play our baseball, play our good team baseball, and I'm just really excited to be out there.
Okay, Eric.
Yeah, Eric Olson with the Associated Press. This is for both Trey and Braden. Could you kind of discuss just how what your understanding is of how the ballpark plays? I mean, a lot of home runs have been hit this season. This place traditionally has held the ball in a little bit, maybe not so much in recent years, but historically.
Trey, you start.
Well, first thing I want to say is, we've played majority of our games in Lupton this year. And so I would say that, considering that, we're in a pretty sweet spot. We took BP out there, and, it seemed like, if you hit the baseball pretty well, it was going to do something. So, we take that with a grain of salt. We know the type of team that we are, and we know our identity. So, regardless of if the ball flies or if it doesn't fly, we're just going to go out there and play the type of game that we've played and, do what got us here and keep on doing it. So,
Braden?
Yeah, just to build off that, I don't think it really matters how each ballpark plays as a mindset goes for an offense. I feel like if we just go up there and play our good baseball, not change our approach. We're not trying to go up there and hit home runs, trying to get a good pitch to hit, put a good swing on it. So that's all we got to do.
Okay, right here.
Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. This question is for Sam. You guys are going up against Oral Roberts tomorrow. They're one of the top teams in the nation by batting average and runs scored. How are you guys preparing to face them defensively, especially, as we mentioned, in a park that might not be as friendly to home runs?
Really just like any other game, if I'm going to be honest. We try to simplify things over here, and the simpler the better in our opinion. So we're just going to go out there, execute pitches, try to get outs, and just treat it like any other game, really.
Okay, Eric again.
This is for any of the players that would want to answer this. Oral Roberts is, a number 4 regional seed, and everybody's kind of made them out to be an underdog, although I know a lot of people in college baseball are not all that surprised about what they've done. But it's kind of what have you made of Oral Roberts, your first opponent, and the run they've been on?
Trey, you start.
If you're good enough to make it to the College World Series, you've got my respect. That's the mindset. We heard the same thing about Indiana State, them being a mid-major. You're playing deep in June. You're a good ball club, and that's something that, we take into consideration. But at the end of the day, we just, if we focus on us more than, the opponent that we're playing, then we're going to be in the best, situation. Oral Roberts is a good ball club. I've got, a few people that I know over there and on that side. And so, I have an idea of, what they're about. But at the end of the day, we're going out there to play TCU baseball. We're not going out there to, okay, we got to tighten up because we're playing the first game in, the College World Series. So that's the mindset as a team.
Sam?
Yeah, pretty much what Trey said. If you're playing in Omaha in June, you're a pretty damn good club. So, there's not much else to it. We're just going to be focused on us and taking it one game at a time.
Braden?
These guys hit the nail on the head. They're a good ball club. They're going to give us their best, and we got to be ready to give them our best.
Any more questions, Brandon?
This one's also for all the players. As you guys have said, if you're playing deep in June, you've obviously got a lot of great talent on your team, but that might not have been expected for you guys at one point in April and May. You guys are sitting at 23-20, and you've only lost 2 games since then. What do you think has contributed to the turnaround for you guys? And you've only lost 1 game since, I think, May 6th. What's been the cause of this hot streak, and how do you plan on continuing it through Omaha?
Braden, you start.
I just think, at that point in the season, a lot of us got tired of playing the way that we were. So we realized that we needed to change something. So what that really was is just go out there and start having more fun, playing with our backs against the wall. We just haven't stopped since. So my plan is just, continue doing what we do, play our good baseball.
Sam?
Yeah, I'm not thinking about it too much. We saw at the beginning of the year what we were capable of, and then we hit a rough spot like every team does. But the belief, I think, in our locker room never faltered. We always knew that, we'd eventually get back to where we want to get to. I don't know if any of us imagined it to go this far. But we knew what kind of club we were, and we were kind of just keeping it with us, the 36 guys on our team and our coaches. We weren't really listening to any of that outside noise. So, it's all you.
Trey?
It was like Sam said. We just hit a rough patch, but I think the biggest thing was just understanding, that it was always right in front of us, and it was right in front of us, from the start, and it was right in front of us when it was struggling, and it's right in front of us now. And so having that mindset of just understanding that the most important game is the next game, and whatever team we play has to play us for 9 innings, and if the game calls for more than 9, then by all means, but playing us for 9 innings isn't easy, and that's been our our motto and mentality going through this whole thing. So
Eric, once again.
Yeah, Trey, you've probably been asked this a bunch since it's happened a couple weeks ago, but the game that you had with the 2 slams and the 11 RBIs, the other home run, what did you think? Because if you look back, that's not necessarily your game. Kind of what was it like in the aftermath of that? What did you make of that when you thought about that?
Obviously nobody ever wakes up in the morning and says, I'm going to hit 3 home runs, and it actually happens. But it was just, I just kept doing the same thing that I've been doing. And I'm fortunate enough to, have teammates that got on before me, because, my mindset was a lot easier going up bases loaded, both at bats, and knowing there was nowhere that they were going to put me. And so that was the biggest thing. But, I mean, it wasn't, anything different than what I've been doing all year. I just, was able to get it over the fence this time. I mean, I pride myself on being able to go opposite field. And so, that in a sense, that was my game, and I was able to get it out 3 times. But like I said, I mean, it's, it goes back to the team that, that we have. There's no easy outs. And, being in that position 2 times and then, a 3rd time, understanding what the approach was and sticking to the approach. I mean, that was awesome. But I mean, yeah, I didn't really feel like I did anything different that day. So.
Okay, we have a question from Zoom. I think.
Hey, this is Adam Winkler, ABC in Houston. This question's for Trey. Trey, I want to talk to you about your journey. You graduate high school early, you deal with a COVID year, you transfer, you finally get your first taste of the NCAA tournament. Obviously, you make some history in the process, knowing there's still work to be done. Where does making it to Omaha rank on the goals as a kid growing up here in H-Town?
Yeah, I mean, that's always been, making it to Omaha has always been a dream. I think the older and older you get and, when you're on a team that expects to go to Omaha, I mean, it just becomes a part of the journey. I mean, that's really been majority of everything that we've done over the last few weeks have just been a part of the journey. But, the end goal is still to be the last team standing, and that's something that we're going for. But, for me individually, I mean, I'm just happy to be playing baseball in June. I mean, this is, I remember sitting around the couch this time last year and just, knowing that, this is what I should be doing. I should be playing baseball in June. And, that was part of, the whole transfer process is finding a university that I thought, that could make it there. And, I trusted in the staff and also the players that, were coming back and the players that were coming in that, this would be a team that, this would be a very special team that would make it. But I mean, like I said before, the end goal is to get a ring. And so, that's why we're here, and that's what we're focused on.
Okay. Any more questions for the student athletes? Oh, yeah, right up here.
This one's for Trey or Braden. During the beginning of the season, you guys had a stretch where
Give us
defense
your
wasn't
name. Give us your
Charles
name.
Baggerly, and I write for TC360. So at the beginning of the season, you guys had a stretch where defense wasn't your strong point, and then you really fine-tuned it, and now you're playing the best defense of the year. What had to happen for you guys to get to that point?
Right.
I think, just continuing to practice at it, get better at it, get those repetitions. Sure, we weren't playing the way we wanted to, and as soon as you see any problem, you want to go fix it. So I feel like, just trusting Coach Bruce with working with the infielders and the defensive side. I feel like we just kept getting better and better at it, and we're just going to keep continuing to do it.
Trey.
I mean, yeah, we just trusted and loved the process. I mean, that's the biggest thing is, it's not easy to get up every single day and, put in the work that we do. But, at the end of the day, it's if you want to do it, I mean, it's what you have to do to be a winner. And, that's what we all want to do is we all want to win. And so, I mean, we just kept putting the work in and like Braden said, kept trusting and, enjoying the process. And, I mean, it's gotten us here, but, that's just part of our team identity is, good defense. That's something that Coach Bruce harps about. And so, that's something that, we're going to take with us.
Okay. We'll excuse the players now, and then we'll start with questions for the coach. Remind you, Brandy Davidson is the SID contact right here. If you don't know Brandy, I don't know where you've been. Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow. Thanks, Trey. Kingwood. Okay. First, start with questions here in the back for Kurt.
Jason Patterson, MCWS. Coach, you've seen this thing from all sides. Can you compare and contrast being here and now being at the helm and what that's like, Coach?
Yeah, I've been asked that quite a bit, and I think really the baseball part of it is no different. Being an assistant and watching our team secure the last out to go to Omaha and being a head coach, it was the exact same thing. I think the only difference is having to do a lot more of this, and having to talk to media a lot more and just in terms of running the program. But in terms of the difference of getting to Omaha, 2 times as a player at Cal State Fullerton and now 5 times here as a coach at TCU, they're all amazing. They're all amazing.
Okay. Eric, I know what you're going to ask.
What am I going to ask?
Who's the starting pitcher tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
I wasn't, but I will. What's your pitching plans?
Yeah, we're going to, just like we did last week in our super regional, is we're going to start Cole Klecker.
What I was really going to ask you was, what did you make of Oral Roberts and just the way they got through that super regional after having that 8-run lead evaporate on them to win, and they lose game 1, then they come back and walk off Oregon, and then they clinch it in game 3. What's that say to you, and what was your impression?
Well, even them being in Oklahoma State and Stillwater as a 4 seed, it was crazy to think that a ball club like that was going to be a 4 seed. I thought, obviously you don't just luck into, I think they had probably 46 or 47 wins before the postseason even started. And, Coach Foreman does an awesome job at Oral Roberts, and we played them last year in the College Station Regional. So we're familiar with them. They're going to be tough. They're always tough, hard-nosed, tough ball club. And I think that shows, like you said, there's not many teams that can take what they took on Friday night with what was on the line, being up 8-0 and then losing, and then to come back and win the next 2 days and do it on the road. That's something special. And so like kind of our players said, the seeding goes out the window. You're 1 of 8 now, and whether they're a 4 seed and we were a 2 seed, all that stuff doesn't matter. The big thing is there's a lot of really good teams here, and they're all hot. So, no matter who's in the other dugout, we're going to have our hands full regardless.
Okay, next question. We have a question from Zoom.
Yes, Cliff Brunt, Associated Press. You touched on some of this stuff in terms of Oral Roberts' record and the success that they've had, the fact that you played them last year. They've got the numbers, but they are in the Summit League. You're obviously a Big 12 team, see Big 12 competition. What do you see in Oral Roberts? What stands out most to you about them?
Well, they're an older group. They've got older players, which nowadays with the transfer portal, you look at the construction of a lot of teams, and you have a lot of, you have 18-year-old kids who are freshmen going against 22 and 23-year-old kids on the other team and vice versa. So, have a wide range of ages, and they're going to be a veteran, older group that, they know how to win. I think they have 51 wins, I believe, and, they have the recipe and they understand what it means and how to win. And I don't care what league they're in. We played Indiana State last week, another unbelievable club from the Missouri Valley. So there's great baseball all over the country. And for me, the only difference is maybe just resources. In the Power 5, you get a little bit more resources than you do in the Group of 5. So, but does that mean that they're not as good? Heck no. They're here. They're 51. They have 51 wins. And them, like anybody else, can win this thing.
Okay. Go right here with Charles first.
Charles Baggerly, TC360. Looking back at the Texas Tech series, what was tough during that time, and what needed to happen in order for the team to play different baseball during that time period of the season?
Yeah, the Texas Tech series, we had that same lead. I think we were up 8 or 9-0 in the second inning and lost Friday night. And I think, that weekend and then also the West Virginia weekend in terms of, being on the road the middle part of the year, getting swept and having that taste in your mouth. And the only thing that you can do is stay together and not listen to anybody on the outside, because everybody's going to have an opinion, but the only opinion that matters is the 36 guys that we have on our roster and our coaches and our support staff. And that never wavered. So, baseball is a weird sport. It's super weird. It's tough. It's a lot like life. It'll teach you a ton of lessons. And if you just keep showing up with the right mentality and the right attitude, it's amazing what can happen.
Okay, Eric.
So Kirk, you've obviously had a lot of the College World Series of experience. I mean, you pitched at the launch pad that was Rosenblatt Stadium. You were here when the ball really wasn't very good for home runs in this park, and then of course it's gotten a little bit more. The ball flies a little better now. But what's the secret sauce, I guess, for being successful at a College World Series, regardless of the ballpark?
Well, I mean, ultimately, if you look at everybody here, they have, their pitching staffs are allowing them to be in baseball games. You're not going to get here without a good pitching staff. But I think you have to be multidimensional offensively. We talked as a team, and Coach Bruce talked to our club because, he was on that 2013 UCLA national championship team. And we kind of went around the room and talked a little bit, and I brought him up because he's the only one in that room that had won a national championship. And that club hit $1.25. They hit $1.25 and won a national championship. So obviously that was in a little different era when they were pitching with marshmallow balls and scoring runs was at a premium. But and so you can win in a lot of different ways. You see it now in Major League Baseball where it's home runs or strikeouts. You're seeing a lot of that in college baseball now, where the difference between 2017, the last time that we were here, and today is what I noticed was during BP. The ball is definitely traveling further than it did in 2017. Watching our batting practice and watching it and remembering it from 2017 and 16, 15, and 14. In 2014, the wind was blowing in the whole week, and literally you couldn't score from second base on a base hit because the outfielders were playing so shallow because they weren't worried about some ball being hit over their head. Well, now I think Pete Alonso was the first guy to hit a home run between the gaps out to center field. I think you're going to see a lot of those balls over the next 2 weeks. Because there's a lot of talented hitters in this field, but also I think it's a lot more offensive game than it was. So to answer your question, I think you have to be able, because you're going to face the best of the best on the mound too. So you can't sit there and think that you're going to sit there and get your 3-run home runs, and you're going to have to run the bases. You're going to have to be aggressive in stealing bases, maybe use the inside in the bunt game. There's a lot of different ways, just depends on what the game calls.
Okay, Brandon.
All right, Coach, Brendan Preisman, Omaha World Herald. You said you were going to start Cole Klecker today, just like you did in the Super Regionals. As a pitcher yourself, what does it mean to you to have a guy in Klecker who's only a freshman be able to be ready for this moment, and for you to know and trust that he's going to bring in his A game despite his youth and relative inexperience?
Sure. I think the big thing for Cole is, he's consistently done it the whole year. The other thing he prides himself on is kind of his routine and his ability to slow the game down and understand that it's just, one pitch and worried about that pitch, and the next one will take care of itself. And so, he stays in the moment pretty well, and to run him out in front of 9,000 people last week against Indiana State, in his home ballpark, he just turned 18. He's a super young freshman, but he's mature in terms of his mental game. And I think the big thing is he deserves the right to be the first guy out on the mound for TCU tomorrow at 1:00, because he's put himself in that position, and his teammates trust him, and I think it says a lot about Cole.
Any more questions for Kirk? If not, 20 years ago this week, you were one of 6 Astro pitchers that threw a no-hitter.
I know.
At Yankee Stadium.
I don't tell everybody there was 5 other ones. It was just
no.
me.
Yeah, during the season.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we're ready, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. 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 Oh. Okay. Yeah.
Coach Stevenson, you got to stop and talk to Coach, right?
That's true. Gene's here for a reason.
That's right.
Okay, once again, welcome to the Golden Eagles of Oral Roberts. We remind you to turn off or silence your cell phones as a courtesy to the coaches and student athletes and to the fellow members of the media. When we'll start with a statement from Coach Fulmer, and then have questions directed to the student athletes. When you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get Tina or Haley to get a mic to you, and please state your name and your affiliation. This is for our transcription and for the audio of the press conference. And if you're joining on Zoom, please use that same raise hand function for questions, and we'll address questions in the room first and then take questions from Zoom as time permits. Once again, Oral Roberts, 50-12 on the season. And Coach Fulmer, give us an overview of Welcome to Omaha.
An overview of Welcome to Omaha. How long we got? It might take a while. But first and foremost, God is good. I think we are a team that is blessed to be in this position. We're blessed to have this opportunity. So we want to thank God for that. But our team, as most of you have chronicled, has had a different journey than most to get here, a difficult journey to get here. I think the biggest take we've had from our journey is our group and how resilient they are, how tough they are, how disciplined they are. to have an opportunity to be here and compete for a national title. It's special. Hasn't been done at Oral Roberts for quite a long time. I think 45 years is the number. We're excited that a lot of guys from our 1978 College World Series team are going to be in attendance, along with countless alumni and former players that are going to be here as well. So we're excited to be here. We're blessed to be here. Hopefully we can come out and play well now.
Okay, now questions for the student athletes. Again, raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. And we'll start over here with John.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Cade and Jake, you're one of the few teams that has actually played in Omaha this year. How do you think that kind of benefits since you've had kind of a routine here before?
Cade, you start, please.
I mean, obviously, it's a completely different feeling. We played 15 minutes down the road. I mean, Jake has played 15 minutes down the road countless numbers of times. I've probably played down the road 3 or 4 times. So actually being here in downtown Omaha, getting to go into the side of the stadium, it's a completely different feeling than what we've had before. But obviously the surroundings around us aren't too unfamiliar. So I think we're going to have a lot of fun here, and it's going to be a great place to play.
Jake?
Yeah, so this is actually our 3rd trip to Omaha this year. Once to play UNO, and then we played NDSU, technically in Council Bluffs, but we stayed in Omaha because of weather. So, you know, we've been here before, not necessarily at this stage, but, you know, we feel comfortable here. And, you know, just the city's kind of been embracing us a lot. We know on the way to dinner last night, we had a lot of people come up to us and say, you know, we're rooting for you. You guys can do this. So the city's been great, and I think our guys are comfortable here.
Okay, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. This question's for you, Jake. You really hit a hot streak late in the season, especially in the Oregon Regional when you had, I think, 7 hits, 6 RBIs. How do you plan on continuing that hot hitting here in Omaha?
Just not trying to do too much, you know, just trying to stay in my approach, pass the stick to the next guy, see if we can just get some more runs on the board. That's the main goal, just trying to score.
Alex Day, College Baseball Central. Cade and Jake, from y'all's perspective, what has been the secret to this team's success?
Jake, you start.
I think, you know, Fulham touched on it a little bit. We're a very resilient group, very tough group, but the main thing for me is just like this group loves each other and we play together. You know, we hustle, we grind out at-bats, we have a great bullpen. Our starting pitching's been fantastic all year. But the main thing for us is just the tight, close-knit of this group and how we play for each other and with each other.
Yeah, just going on top of that, I think consistency has been our key this year. I mean, I can't pick a guy out of our lineup right now that's had a bad streak of at-bats or a bad weekend in forever. We've had a lot of guys go out and be the same person every single day, give us great at-bats, base hits, and obviously coming out of the bullpen, we have probably one of the most diverse bullpens here at the World Series. We have a 6'7" sidearm left-hander, a 5'9", 5'8".
That's pretty kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's generous for sure.
5 foot, however, right-handed pitcher who throws the ball, spins the ball well, throws it hard, and throws it up in the zone. And you got a few other guys who are funky in their deliveries, and then I come in the back half of it. And I think you bring that group together, and I don't think there's a recipe that you can come out with that group where there's not going to be success. There's not a guy out there who I don't trust to go out and throw 4 innings of shutout baseball if we need him to. So, like I said, consistency has been our key this year, and I'm ready to see it perform here in Omaha.
Okay, we'll go back to Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Jake, this is a question for you. The gummy worms when you get to first base, where did that kind of come about?
It's coming.
Yeah, I was going to say, I knew someone was going to ask it. But where did that kind of come from? And do you kind of look forward to getting a gummy bear there at first?
Yeah, so that whole thing started in Fargo, actually, on our trip to Fargo in 2021. You know, we flew into Minneapolis and then bused 4 hours to Fargo. So if you've ever made that drive, that's not a very fun drive. So there's not really that much to do. So I think at this point there's like a bunch of like these sea shanty things going on TikTok. So we started singing these songs on the bus. And then by the morning, which Fulham was very enthused about probably, and then by the morning we had this full pirate theme going on. So then Jimmy, our first base coach, decided that we should get a little treasure if we get a hit, get to first base, and then it's kind of just evolved from there. But it's something that our guys like and something that we don't have the pirate theme anymore. Fulham's probably happy about that.
I'm very excited about that.
But it's something that our guys love, kind of keep the mood light. And, yes, I very much look forward to getting a twin snake whenever you get to first base.
Okay, Brandon.
So you guys are no strangers to postseason success. Last year, you guys made the regional, which was the first time the school's made it since 2022. But you got, I believe, swept. How has that experience, which both of you guys played pretty well in that regional but weren't able to come up with the victories, how has that experience motivated you guys this year and especially this postseason?
Cade, you start.
I think going into that was a lot of the guys in our team's first regional with COVID and having one year where Omaha won the conference championship. So obviously that baseball playoff experience and that atmosphere, I think, gives a few guys on this team some more experience than a few of the JUCO guys that we have coming in this year. But I think being able to have that, especially with the older guys in our group, being able to share those experiences with the guys on the team now, I think that helps a lot with the obviously the fan noise in Oregon was crazy. So I think being able to understand that stuff like that's going to happen and that environment doesn't affect you if you don't let it affect you. I think being able to have that's been a key factor in our success this postseason.
Okay.
Cade said it brilliantly, but we had some young guys pitch last year in the regional, Cade included, and guys like Brooks Fowler who pitched in the regional. And then as well, we have guys like Holden Breeze and Mac McCroskey, Justin Quinn, who played big parts in our regional run last year. So we've had some at-bats in the postseason. And then this year I feel like, just our whole team has really just started to gel towards the end of the year. And we've just playing with a lot of confidence, and that really does help in the postseason.
Okay, any more questions for the student athletes? Anything from Zoom? Okay. Guys, we'll excuse you, and we'll open it up for questions for Ryan here.
I think they answered everything. We're good.
Baseball SID, Kyle Stafford. If you have any other questions, to work with Oral Roberts.
Guys, you can come this way if you want. Give you the shortcut.
It's all good.
Okay, we'll start here. Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, what does kind of the scouting report look like as every team here is elite?
Scouting report on us or on somebody else? On somebody else. The scouting report for us becomes very simple. You get to this time of year and every team is very talented, every team is well coached, and every team is hot at the right time of year. So I think the scouting report then goes back to what you do. I think if you get to this point and you try to change your identity or try to change what you do, you're going to be in trouble in a hurry. So instead of focusing on what somebody else does, I think we're going to focus more on what we do and what we're about. We understand that the talent level when you get to this point is extreme, and everybody's hot at the right time of year. So it's going to be more about us. It's going to be more about what we do. We believe in our team. We believe in our group. We feel like if we play well, we're going to have an opportunity to go out and win. So our focus really isn't on anybody else in the field. It's on us. We got to play well.
Okay, Brandon.
Hi, Coach. Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. You mentioned that everyone's getting hot around this time of year, arguably no team more so than you guys. You've won basically your last 23 games, and the one you lost, you had an 8-run lead at one point. The guys mentioned the team's been gelling together. What else do you think has played a role in this incredible hot streak that you guys have been on for the past 2 months almost?
Yeah, and I think Cade and Jake touched on it a little bit. I thought they both spoke on these things, but as Jake said, this has been the most selfless team that I think I've ever been a part of, and the team chemistry is really good. That's part of it. I think part of it, and Cade mentioned, is the balance to the team, and the consistency of this team has been extraordinary throughout the year. You don't go on one of those runs without having balance to your team. You don't go on one of those runs without being able to win a game in a lot of different ways, and we've been able to do that. You don't go on one of those runs and not have different ways to go score and win a game. So I think we've been able to do a lot of those things, but it comes down on balance, and we feel like we have to have good balance in order to come in here and compete well. So hopefully that continues throughout the tournament.
Okay. Any more questions for Ryan? Yeah, Brendan, go ahead.
I guess I got one more. TCU's also been very good as of late. They're 19-2 since May 1st, and they also earlier today talked a lot about sticking together and playing unselfishly, playing as a team. As you mentioned, like, you got to focus on yourselves, but is there anything in particular about TCU that you think you guys are going to have to stop to get a win here to open the series?
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything we need to stop. I think the most impressive thing for me is you go through TCU and you look at their team. I think the development of their young players throughout the season has been very good. I think they get to this time of the year because those young players have started to really gel and started to play well and have gained a ton of experience throughout the season. So I think the biggest thing when you look at them is those young, talented players gaining experience and gaining confidence. So it's a confident group coming in. They've been on a great run just like everybody else in the tournament. But again, it comes down to, man, we got to find a way to play well. We got to find a way to do what we do. We got to find a way to get the ball to some guys at the back end of our bullpen with the game close. And if we do that, we feel like we're going to have an opportunity to win.
Okay, Jake.
Coach, Oral Roberts usually doesn't get the big-time recruits. When you go in to find some of these kids that brought you to Omaha, what do you kind of look for a player that would fit in at Oral Roberts?
It's pretty simple. I think it's two things. I think, number one, you look for good people. You look for good kids that are good students, that are good players, that have Christian values, that's going to fit our culture. I think that's a huge part of it. I think that's number one. I think the second part is, in order to win, they better be talented too, right? They got to have a certain tool set. They got to be good enough players to help us win and win at a high level. So I think, as complicated as you want recruiting to be and as complicated as we make it sometimes, it comes down to good people that are good players.
Okay. Since Eric Olson is not in here, I'll ask his question. What's your pitching rotation this week?
Yeah, Jacob Hall will go, or will start game one. Harley Gaulert will go game two on Sunday. We've been fortunate that those two guys have started game one and game two in a series the entire season. So those guys will get the ball again.
Okay. Brendan?
One last question, at least from me for you. You mentioned when recruiting, the goal is obviously to get good people who are good players, but your team's arguably been a little underrated. Despite the 51 wins, you guys were only a 4 seed in the regionals, first 4 seed to make it to Omaha since 2012. Is the mentality in the locker room still underdog at this point, or at this point is it just go out there and play to win?
I think underdog is a term that maybe other people use. It's not something we look at. It's not something that we talk about. We're very confident with our group. We're confident that they're good players, that they're where they're supposed to be. They've played well over a long period of time, and whether somebody wants to label them underdog, a 4 seed, it really doesn't matter this time of year. It doesn't. You look at the regional we came through, and arguably the toughest regional in the country. There was 4 really good teams, and you could argue that any one of the 4 could win. Then you go into a really tough place in Eugene to go play, and you lose game 1 in the way that we lost it. It's a tough place to come out of there with a series win. So I don't think we're an underdog. I think we're a really good team, and we're where we're supposed to be.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Reminder that Hammond Communications posts a recording of this press conference at the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaaveritone.com. Transcripts are provided by ASAP and will be posted shortly. Brian, thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Coach, always good to see you, buddy.
God, where's my list? It's at 12:15. Is it Florida?
12:15 will be Florida.
Florida.
Yep.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Yep. It should be up in the press box.
Okay, welcome, Florida. A couple of announcements before we get started. Remember to silence or turn off your cell phones as a courtesy to the coaches and student athletes. We're going to start with a statement from Sully and then open it up for questions to the student athletes. When we do that, please raise your hand. We'll get one of the mics from Rita and Haley, or Tina and Haley, over to you, and give us your name and your affiliation each time you ask a question. So that's for the benefit of our transcriptionists and the video. First of all, let me remind you, if you're joining on Zoom, please use the raise hand function for questions, and we'll address questions in the room first and then take questions from those of you on Zoom as time permits. Sully, give us an overview, please.
Yeah, we're obviously excited to be here just like everybody else. It's been an interesting season for us, interesting last couple of weeks. Had a really tough regional with UConn and Texas Tech and FAMU, and then obviously played a really familiar opponent in South Carolina this past weekend, and they played great as well. So we've earned our way here. It's been a very interesting ride throughout the year. Obviously, going through the SEC slate has been difficult at times, but we're just excited to be here. It's been a while since we've been here. It's been since 2018, I guess. I've been reminded over and over about that, but it's good to see a lot of familiar faces that we haven't seen in a while. Really happy for our team, our staff, and everybody involved in our whole group to have this opportunity. So we're looking forward to playing tomorrow night against a very, very good Virginia team. I'm very familiar with them and their coaching staff and how well of a job they do. From a coaching standpoint, they're very talented, obviously, very fundamentally sound. So it should be a very entertaining game tomorrow night. We're looking forward to this journey here the next hopefully 10, 12 days or so.
Okay, we'll open it up for questions now for student athletes. Again, if you have a question, raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. And we'll start right over here.
Jacob Rudner from 24/7 Sports. For both of you guys, just what does this opportunity mean to you as returning players who came back with kind of a goal of getting here in mind? Just what does this opportunity mean?
Josh, you start.
It means the world. Like you said, we're both returning players, and we were fortunate enough to have a very talented team this year, and that's not taken away from any talent we've had in the past. But to really come together as a team and a brotherhood, it's just a special opportunity to be up here in Omaha playing against the best of the best. So I mean, it's a blessing, and we're just excited to get this thing going.
BT?
Yeah, to piggyback off Josh, I mean, this is a pretty remarkable group of guys. It's just one more year that we had with each other, with the core guys that came back last year and the additions we've had this year, including coaches and support staff. And, it's just been a very memorable season for me and in our group. And, we're very excited to compete this week.
Okay, Jake, so you go first there.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. BT, you're kind of the catcher behind the plate. What does it feel like to have such a great staff and be able to catch them?
Well, it's unbelievable. It's a testament to those guys that work their tails off every day to be able to put themselves in a good position to have success every day. It's a testament to our coaching staff really doing scouting reports and getting the guys on the mound ready to compete every day and perform at their best. And recruiting. I mean, getting the best players in the country to come here and be willing to, do anything necessary to win for the F on their chest. So yeah, it's pretty awesome to see.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun. For either player, being out there on the field, any early impressions, taking batting practice, the outfield, what it's like, and your impressions of playing in it for the first time on Friday.
Josh?
Oh, it's a beautiful stadium. Nothing but positive thoughts towards that. And the infield plays really well. The outfield's pretty nice. And balls were flying today. We had Jack Caglione hitting balls out of the stadium. So it was really cool. But all of us from a BP standpoint, we were seeing the balls fly. And it just felt good to be out there for the first time and kind of just take it all in. Because, once the World Series really gets started and we start playing these games, we got to focus and lock it in. So yeah, the field's beautiful. It plays well, and we're just, once again, very excited.
BT.
Yeah, it was. It looks a lot different than you see on TV. It's a lot, more kind of on top of you. I thought it was a little bit more of a bowl shape, but people on top of you. Like Josh said, the ball was flying today. Luckily enough for us, we play in a big park, so it's not really a huge change for us in that standpoint. But yeah, just getting familiar with the grounds and the way balls come off the bat, and for me, seeing catching pitches or hitting and whatnot with the background and everything. But yeah, it's a beautiful stadium. It's everything I've dreamt it to be and even more.
Okay, Brendan.
Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. Both you guys talked about the importance of returning, especially last year, losing in the regional by a run in the final game of the year. How have you guys sort of used that as motivation this year to bring you guys back to Omaha?
I said the first thing that we kind of did was just talk about how we need to come together as a team and stay together even in the hardest moments of a game. And that's, the point of emphasis we made coming in to this season and coming back in August. Even with, a whole group of new guys and different faces that we were not used to seeing compared to last year, we just reiterated the fact that we need to stay together as a team and not give up on one another. Because like you said, we lost by one run, and, this year we've been down quite a couple of times, and we've willed our way back to winning those games. So we've been in a lot of big-time situations where, things could have gone either way, and we've just stayed together and pulled it through. So, yeah, just the ability for us to stay together as a team and not really dwell on our own individual performance, but kind of just rely on the guy that's behind you and the guy that's playing with you. So,
BT.
Yeah, I mean, Sully and Chuck and Taylor and Kopp do an unbelievable job creating a culture that we have here to really focus and prioritize and wrapping yourself around the team, not individuals. We have a bunch of really good individual players and talented players on this team and a lot of different types of personalities and characters and whatnot, but we're all bought into the same exact thing, and that's why we're here today. I think that's a testament to, everything that they say and preach to us every day. And I thoroughly believe that's why we're here today versus the team that we had last year.
Okay, Jeff. He's writing.
Hey, Josh. Scott Carter, FloridaGators.com. Josh, this kind of goes back to really BT just answered a little bit, but you've been here enough to see the internal changes in the program. Mm-hmm. Obviously, the goal was to get back to this stage. Just from your view as a guy who's been in the program for 4 years, what's different? What really allowed this to happen over beyond just last year?
Yeah, like BT said, the coaches do a tremendous job of creating that culture, that winning culture, and having that mentality to really wrap yourself in the team. And that's kind of just been the biggest thing, no matter what the internal changes have been. We've always just reiterated that point of emphasis, and that's just to wrap yourself around the team and play for each other. Because, it's funny they say this, you could take a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink it. So, I mean, they give us all the tools that we need to be successful, but it's really, up to us to play for each other and really mold that mindset of winning and playing together on a daily basis in order to make it back to here. So, the coaches do a tremendous job of making that culture. And, like BT said earlier, again, recruiting guys that are good team guys and, good guys to be around and really buy into that mindset is, a big-time key for us.
Okay, go right up here.
Nick Delatorre, Gators Online. BT, if they throw Nick Parker, just what's your familiarity with him back from Coastal? And then as you guys kind of look at Virginia, just your thoughts on the lineup.
Yeah, well, Nick Parker, I was roommates with him my freshman year. Fantastic guy, a really good motor and drive and really wants to be successful. He's a tremendous competitor. He throws 4 good pitches for strikes. He doesn't have the most lights out stuff in the world, but you know what you're going to get every single day. He's going to throw strikes. He's going to go long in games or pitch a long time in a game. He's going to hold runners. He has a really good pickoff move. He's going to field his position very well. So he's a guy that's going to control the game when he's out there. That's something that I know and have seen firsthand, but we've seen on film as well. And, they have a fantastic lineup. I mean, they're leading the country, or top 5 in batting average and doubles and whatnot. They're a very good contact hitting team. They can run the ball out of the yard, play clean defense, and pitch the ball very well. So, any team that you're going to have in Omaha is going to be like that. So you got to be on your best A game and play your best baseball at the right time, and we're going to try to do that tomorrow.
Okay. Nothing from the Zoom. Any other questions for the student athletes? Yeah, Brendan.
Yeah, this is for BT. You're one of the best defensive catchers in the nation. You had a total of 25 putouts, I believe, in the Super Regional against South Carolina. And obviously, with your experience from last year, now you know what it's really going to take to step up in the big moments. Is there any routine in particular that you have in those big moments, or is it more just doing what you always do?
Yeah, just doing what you always do. Something that I've learned not only in baseball but just in life in general is you're going to be as successful as you're going to be depending on what if you rely on all of your training. I come from a military family. That's something they always preach in the military. I was lucky enough that Coastal Carolina had Kevin Schnall as a catching coach as well. He trained me very well, and for 3 years when I was there. Sully and Kopp and really everybody really, kind of pushes that mindset as well. And having Mike Rivera now being on the 2017 team really, be able to help me mentally and in certain situations and in key moments and in big games like this, he's helped tremendously for me and a lot for me. So with all the experiences that I've had both outside of baseball and in baseball, it's something that'll definitely help me this week.
Okay, Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central, BT. Would you mind giving us an update kind of with your employer, how they feel about you being in Omaha?
Well, they're excited. It gives them the reason to watch college baseball now, to see somebody that's going to be there in a month. They're not huge baseball guys. I know one guy played Division II baseball on the team that I'm joining, but yeah, they're super excited, and I'm very happy to be joining them in a month. Not too soon, though.
Okay, any other questions for the student athletes? Guys, we'll excuse you. Thank you. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Reminder that Sullivan Bortner is the baseball contact for Florida. And now we'll open it up for questions to the coach. Don't be the first. Okay, well, you're first I see, Jake.
Jacob Rudner, 24/7 Sports. Sully, now that you've had some time to kind of digest getting back to Omaha, I know we asked you immediately once you guys won the Super Regional, but what does this opportunity mean to you?
I think it's a great deal of satisfaction to see the players with the hard work they put in to get us back to this point. I think there's been a lot of chatter about your team has not been out here since 2018. And I think the thing that I take out of it is what people sometimes fail to realize how hard it is to get here. And it just is not just a group of good players that are talented, but it's a players that have to come together, stay healthy, play right at the right time. You have to have the right culture to do this thing over and over. And it's not easy. I think from my perspective, it's good to have the program back and have this opportunity, but you kind of get spoiled, I mean, my kids thought that this was vacation every year, and then there's 3 or 4 year layoff, and you start realizing how difficult it is. And I think it's human nature. Even I can admit it myself. I took it for granted that this was expected every year, and all of a sudden that's taken away from you for 3 or 4 years or whatever, and then you kind of appreciate it a little bit more.
Okay, Eric.
Hey, Kevin. Eric Olson with the Associated Press. First of all, what's your pitching plan for tomorrow?
No, we'll start Sproat, and then obviously we have Neely that we have stretched out in the SEC tournament, so he won't be a 1 inning guy. We'll go to him when we need to. Kate Fisher has through the big game against Texas Tech in the night game, so he's available. Everybody's available. The whole key is you got to do everything you possibly can to win game 1. And then you got, if you're fortunate enough to win game 1, you got to do everything you possibly can to win game 2. So what happens is your third starter sometimes gets put in a different role, with Cags because he didn't throw last weekend, obviously. But if you're fortunate enough to win the first one, and then you got an opportunity to win the second one, then somebody's got to beat you twice. So that third starter, sometimes his role changes a little bit, which from a coaching standpoint makes you a little nervous because you don't want to put your players in position that they may not be used to. But at the same time, you got to win with your best, and sometimes you got to roll the dice and take some chances. And we did that in 17 with Jackson Cowart, brought him out of the pen in the second game against LSU. It worked out for us, but there probably would have been a lot of questions that I would have had to answer if it didn't work out, right? So, but right now the plan is to do whatever we can to win tomorrow, and sport will obviously start.
And then my other question was, with home runs kind of up this year, this park has played a little different than maybe it did early on when it just first opened. But what's kind of the key to winning in Omaha given the park? Is it about home runs, or is it about finding gaps?
It really depends on the wind. I mean, you get to this point, I don't know how many games we played, 65 games or something, 66 games, whatever. You're built how you're built, right? I mean, you can't change your game. So if we're more of a home run doubles type team, that's who we are. You know, if we weren't that way and we tried to be something we weren't or aren't, then that's where the real mistakes are made. So everybody's gotten here because they pitch and play defense. Everybody's a little bit different offensively, but who you are is who you are at this point.
Okay, let's go right here with Jake, and then we'll get Kevin.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, you're one of the few coaches here that have actually gone all the way. Do you see any similarities in this team as you saw back in 2017?
Yeah, I think anytime you get to this point, you see some similarities. I think, having Alex Faedo be the number one for us in 17, and him being able to pitch twice against TCU, which was a very difficult team to pitch against. I think they led the nation or close to it in stolen bases that year. And then you got a guy like Brady Singer, who's sitting in your two-hole, who's obviously having a great career at the major league level. You got Jackson Cowart, who was a first-round pick going in Game 3. You had Michael Byrne, who was an All-American closer. So from a pitching standpoint, yeah, I can see some similarities with that. I think this team's different than the 17 team offensively. We had, some guys like India and J.J. Schwartz, and we've had some really good players that can hit home runs and that type of thing. But I think that team was more of a contact team, very fundamentally sound. We had a tremendous catcher, Mike Rivera, who's now on our staff, who is like one of our best leaders we've ever had. BT kind of falls in that line. Dalton Guthrie was our shortstop, who was just absolutely nails defensively, and Josh has turned into that. So, yeah, there's some similarities, but there's some differences too. But it always goes back to the pitching and playing defense up the middle for sure.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, Coach, you just alluded to Mike, obviously, and yourself, your experience being here. I'm curious with a group that's so young, or the group that hasn't been here before, what kind of extra leadership mantle do you feel like you and your staff kind of have to take with regards to that?
Well, I mean, bottom line is they were good today at practice. I didn't see anything or feel anything that wasn't out of the normal. I don't think they got caught up in the moment. Now tomorrow night might be different, but it is a mature group. I think you guys that have followed us the entire year, and if you haven't, you can see the maturity level by their answers that they're giving tonight. But yeah, it's a little different feel. I was joking with Mikey Rivera. This is his fourth time out here. 3 as a player, 1 as a student coach. So, but there's a lot of other people in our group that have been here before, and there's some others that have been huge reasons why we're here, that this is their first time. But, it's really, no one's got all the answers. It's just a business-like approach, and you try to let your players, I think that's one thing that I've learned over the years, is to kind of let the players have to go play. And I think maybe early in my career, you ratchet things down maybe too much, and maybe that doesn't allow them to play as well as they can. Now it's a matter of letting them have as much fun as they can, especially on off days. We regroup at 9 or 10 o'clock at night. They go to bed. They spend time with their families, their girlfriends, or whomever. But you learn that over time. But I think we just do what we've been doing. We are battle tested. There's no rah-rah speech that will be given tomorrow. I mean, they just got to go play. And if we play like we're capable, then we got a real good chance to be successful. If we don't, then obviously the opposite will occur.
Okay, we'll go right here with Nick.
Nick Del Torre, Gators Online. You mentioned a little bit kind of taking it for granted and Peyton and Finn kind of grew up on these fields because they were so young when you were coming. Just having them here and what has that meant for you to be here with your family? And then how have you grown? I mean, you just touched on it a little bit, just kind of letting the guys have fun and enjoy this because while you're still playing for a national championship, you've earned the right to be here and to have fun here.
Well, the first thing is like, so when I got hired by Jeremy in 2007, no one gives you a handbook and said, here's how you do this thing, right? I was never a head coach before. I was an assistant for 9 years at Clemson. So obviously there's some growing pains there. You learn. And how do you learn? You learn by making mistakes. And that's one thing we preach for our players all the time, but the thing is you hopefully learn from your mistakes. I got a folder that I still kept started in 2010 of mistakes that I thought I made personally. I still have it, and it's in the hotel room. And I've added to it and subtracted from it each year that we've gone out here. So, but once again, when you get to Omaha for the first time in 2010 or 11 and 12, and when we went on that run in 15 and 16, 17, 18, like there's no one that sits you down and says, okay, expect this or expect X, Y, and Z, and this is how you need to handle your trip out to Omaha. Like no one, so you have to learn on the fly. So I think our experiences by coming out a few times did help us, in 17. And then it's hard to come back in 18, and we put ourselves in position again with a different team to get back out here. So yeah, I mean, it's like anything else in life. Everybody makes mistakes, right? But you got to learn from them. And I think I was smart enough to recognize some of the mistakes that maybe I have made from my leadership role by coming out here early on, and you just learn from them. But as far as my kids are concerned, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Obviously, I enjoyed it because they were so much younger. But now that they're older, they kind of understand how cool it is, and they've got friends, coming in from Gainesville. They're going to be out here as well. Yeah, and they were very, very excited about coming out here. I think before they were so young, they didn't know. They just thought, yeah, we're going to Omaha. No big deal. Now I think it's kind of cool now.
Okay, Brendan.
Hi, Coach. Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. So you mentioned the importance of keeping a routine and saying at this point you are who you are. Now that you're back in Omaha where, like you said, you're learning on the fly, there's no playbook. What's the importance, not just for you as a coach and your coaching staff, but also for the team, of consistency and staying true to yourselves?
I don't think there's any key. I think the biggest thing, there's going to be a moment or two tomorrow night that is going to have a direct reflection on the outcome of the game. And I think that's going to be my message is when the game comes calling, that's when you're going to have to be at your best, whether it have to make a pitch, a few pitches in sequences with runners in scoring position, having your best at bat of the night with a runner at third with less than 2 outs. But when those moments come, we gotta be ready. And that's why we've been good recently, or really the whole year, as we've been pretty fundamentally sound. So when you get to this point of the year, sometimes your mistakes throughout a year, because you got a better roster than the other team, and you can get away with mistakes. And sometimes wins, kind of get overlooked, and the mistakes you make because you won, they don't get addressed as much. This time of the year, your mistakes get exposed, and we just got to limit our mistakes. It's really that simple.
Okay, right there.
Joe Healy with D1 Baseball. With the sheer size of the outfield here, how are you thinking about your defensive alignment in the outfield, and do you anticipate giving a little bit of a different look to prioritize defense over offense in any way?
No, I think with us, which helps us now, our field in Gainesville plays pretty big. I mean, it's 380 in the gaps and 400 to centers, so its dimensions are not much different than they are here. Feel very capable with a couple different options. We've obviously played Wyatt in center recently. Shelnutt's gotten better. We played Richie Schieckhofer in left a little bit on matchups. We still have, obviously, Michael Robertson that we've used late in games defensively. We've moved Wyatt back to left. And Ty Evans, I still think Ty's got a chance to do something in this tournament that's going to help us. So we'll probably still play some matchups. But like I said, the dimensions of the field are not much different than what we're used to. And we played in Hoover as well. So we played in some big parks. And like I said, I think with the dimensions at home, it's not going to make that much of a difference while we're out here.
We have a Zoom caller to ask a question. Please give us your name and affiliation and ask a question to Coach.
Hi, then Noah Fleischman from the Daily News Record. Coach, you played summer baseball with Coach O'Connor and Coach Walter, with the Harrisburg Turks. What do you remember from that year, that summer? And, what is it like to kind of be on this stage and have the two of them kind of in the field with you?
Well, I don't know much about that. I can't remember that long back, but from afar, they have built those two programs into perennial top programs in the country. What Brian and his staff have done is nothing short of incredible. Obviously, it's my alma mater, so I've kept very close, when following them over the years. But and then what Tom's done at Wake, I mean, they've got an incredible, not just a team, but an incredible program, and what they've built, and that's and it's a private school setting. That's not the easiest thing to do, what he's been able to do. So I got the utmost respect for both of them. And they're here for a reason, but I would expect that as long as Brian wants to coach, that he'll have Virginia in this hunt every year. And I'm really happy for Tom, because Tom's one of the really nicest guys in our business, and he certainly has put together a heck of a team and a heck of a program.
Okay, any more questions for Sully? Okay, Jacob.
Jacob Renner, 24/7 Sports. I spoke with Mike Rivera, and one of the things he said was that in 15 and 16, he felt like those teams might have gotten a little bit ahead of themselves, and in 17, you guys kind of took it an inning at a time. How important is that in a tournament of this magnitude?
Yeah, I already got a text from one of your tweets already, so you're giving me some work to do already about some chatter around the cage there during BP about how people think we're so good. Well, my job is to get them in line and that's something we did address the other day too. If we start getting ahead of ourselves, we'll be up here and we'll be disappointed. You're not going to try to tear your team down by no means or anything like that, but we can't get ahead of ourselves and think we're this and think we're that, because once that creeps in, I mean, it's not going to end the way you want to. So, I appreciate the positive things that are being said about our team, especially on social media, because that's all they're on 24/7. But at the same time, it's my job to make them understand that we are good, but there's 7 other teams here that are very, very capable of winning the last game of the year. And if we do get ahead of ourselves, then the results that we want as a collective group is not going to happen. So, we'll talk about it a little bit more. But I'm not full. We do have star power on our team, and they're garnering a lot of attention, and rightfully so. So you don't want to take that away from them, but at the same time, the group needs to stay connected here and not let ourselves get ahead of ourselves and stay in the moment. There'll be times to celebrate on days off if you're successful and that type of thing, but then you got to regroup again. So that'll kind of be my message to them.
Okay, I have time for one last question if anybody wants to take it. And if not, Sully, we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Good to be back.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, Bill, I thought we'd do it a little bit different this year.
Oh, you're going to make decisions?
I was going to ask questions. How do you feel about that?
You're going to make the decisions? Jen makes the decisions.
Yes. I got you water, Coach. Hey, thanks a lot, Jake. Someone else want water?
Okay, a reminder, please turn off your cell phones as a courtesy to the student athletes and our coaches and other members of the media. A reminder, our format will have a brief comment from Coach O'Connor, then we'll open it up to questions for the student athletes, and we'll be opening up for questions. Please raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you from the ladies, and identify yourself and your affiliation, and then ask your question. If it's to a certain player, let us know which player you want to talk to. Once again, welcome home, Brian.
Thanks, Bill. It's certainly an honor to be here on behalf of our team and our university. The University of Virginia is very, very passionate in our community of Charlottesville as well about our baseball program and the success that these young men have and the opportunity that they have in front of them over the next 2 weeks. We're excited to be back in Omaha. Fortunately, this being our 6th trip since 2009 is something that we're incredibly proud of. This year's version is a really, really special team that's had a tremendous year, wire to wire, and is very, very good in every phase of the game. And I'm just so excited for these players, these 3 men and the rest of our roster, to have the opportunity to compete here in Omaha for a national championship. That's what it's about. It's not about just being in Omaha. It's about the opportunity that they have in front of them out in that stadium over the next 2 weeks.
Okay, questions for the student athletes? Just raise your hand and we'll get a mic to you. Okay, start right here.
Yeah, Brian, we can start with what you just said, Preston Willett, CBS 19 from Charlottesville. You talked about, when does that switch flip, from making it to Omaha to, all right, now we got a game to play tomorrow?
Yeah, well,
let's put student athletes first, please. Sorry, Brian.
No, that's all right.
For Ethan and Nick, this is your first time out there. What is that experience like? I know y'all walked out yesterday, but just kind of looking at that and then kind of, again, when does that switch kind of flip for you guys?
Ethan?
Yeah, first time playing in a stadium that big. I know Disharoon, it's a pretty fun atmosphere to play in and a lot of seats, but there's seats all around here, and I just can't wait to see it get hopefully fully packed for tomorrow night. I'm not sure what the seating looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredible experience, honestly. I mean, I'll be very excited to see what tomorrow night brings in the atmosphere. There's not much. It's going to provide all the juice you really need to get going for tomorrow night.
Okay, Eric?
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Nick, your old roommate from Coastal is on the other side. What do you remember about BT?
BT, he's a great dude, man. And I'm glad to see he's been doing well over there in Florida. It's pretty neat to, after all these years, we've run back into each other on this stage. Pretty neat, pretty special.
Okay, Brendan.
Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. This is for Jake and Ethan. You guys have both been really hot hitting as of late. Ethan, you've got hits in 9 of your last 10 games. Jake, you had 3 hits, 7 RBIs, I believe, in one of the games at Duke. Is there anything in particular you guys are doing now that postseason play has started to sort of reach that next level, or is it more just keep doing what you're doing and hope for the best?
Jake, you start.
Yeah, just kind of keep doing what we're doing. We've been having a great approach all year and just I've kept doing that in the postseason.
Ethan?
Yeah, we haven't changed anything. The approach has been the same. Being the same team that we've always been, and good things happen.
Okay, Mike?
Mike Patterson, Omaha World Herald. For any of the players, do you guys talk about trying to get Coach O'Connor back home here to Omaha, or is that anything you even think about?
Nick, you start.
I mean, the goal every year is to get to Omaha, so.
Yeah, I mean, of course, get to Omaha. It's a neat storyline for our head coach, but, at the end of the day, it's about, getting here and winning a national championship, and, that's what we do all fall, early spring, start of the season to get here and, try to win a national championship.
Ethan?
Yeah, from the fall and the summer, we always break down to Omaha. This is what we play for, and hearing from Jake and Kyle, I heard the stakes here are really good, and I can confirm that from last night.
Okay. What's your impression?
Yeah, Jake, you've been here before. Does it kind of wear off on you a little bit when you come back here?
No, I mean, definitely not. I mean, we had like a bunch of media stuff going on before practice, and the team had already started stretching. And by the time I got out there, I wasn't even, I did a couple sprints, warmed up my arm a little bit, but I didn't even feel like I really needed it. It was nice and hot out there, and it's just being in this great atmosphere, and like we just talked about, with a lot of fans, and getting ready to play some great baseball.
Okay, I think we have a Zoom call. Please give us your name and affiliation.
Monty Taylor, College Baseball Central. This one is for Jake. A lot of the attention is centered around how you and Kyle Teal play. How have you guys handled that this season, and how's it impacted the way you guys play?
Handled what? Sorry?
Handled the pressure of, getting all the attention in the lineup typically, but you and Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't really describe it as pressure. I just say we go out there and, we play baseball, me and him, and, a bunch of these guys on this team have been playing baseball their lives. So, we've been equipped, whole lives, and then especially once getting here, like I said, in the fall, early spring, and, at the start of the season, throughout the whole season.
Okay, any more questions for the student athletes? Brendan?
Yeah, Brendan Preisman, Omaha World Herald. This is just for all the players. You guys were pretty dominant in the regular season, won the Coastal Division regular season title, but then lost to Carolina in the ACC tournament. How have you guys sort of bounced back from that over the course of these last few weeks?
Ethan, you start, please.
It's a baseball game. ACC is, you have to win both games, and, the second game we came out a little unlucky. I wouldn't say we got cold then. We just keep on doing what we've been doing, and it's, we're in Omaha now, so.
Yeah, kind of similarly. I mean, the ACC tournament format is a little unique, to where, you lose one game and you're out, which, isn't like the NCAA tournament. So I would, just keeping with whatever we've been doing, and staying with that.
Yeah, I think at this point of the year, especially ACC tournament, and after that, it's just survive and advance. So just a bunch of Buffalo surviving and advancing.
Through that storm.
Okay, we'll go here with...
Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun. Nick from Rooming with BT, did you know back then that he had aspirations to be an investment banker and so forth and everything like that? Or did he talk even about that back then? Or is it a little surprising that he's not continuing baseball?
I'm sure he had mentioned it before, but, I mean, he's a terrific baseball player, man. He's really good. And, whatever he wants to pursue it is what he pursues, and I'm happy for him in whatever he does.
Okay, Eric?
Hey, Jake, you guys did not play Wake Forest this year. They're on the other side of the bracket. So what do you make of just Wake Forest's season this year? And obviously you want to play them at the end, but just kind of could you discuss a little bit about what your thoughts are on that team?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, that they haven't lost, a weekend series all year. We play in a great league, and in the ACC. So it's just been, awesome to see, whether it's like their Wheels highlights on YouTube or, stuff like that. They have a great ball club, and it's been awesome to follow them and, throughout the ACC.
Okay, any more questions for the student athletes? If not, we'll excuse you guys, and we'll open it up here in a moment for questions. Coach O'Connor.
Do we have
Reminder.
to leave?
They asked do they have to leave?
Do we have to leave?
Well, you don't have to.
You can stay if you want.
Mm-hmm.
They're always trying to.
Put your feet
They're
up.
always trying to learn.
Okay.
Still, so.
Maybe we'll ask you a question.
Yeah, maybe we have a couple questions for you.
Uh-oh.
Eric Olson has a question.
I'm the designated asking question about pitching. What is Nick going to go tomorrow?
Yes, Nick Parker will start tomorrow. That's correct.
We'll go up here, Preston.
Yeah, Brian, like before, just when you get off the plane, you could walk out onto the field and everything. When do you kind of feel like the switch kind of flips for the team in your experience?
Well, certainly, I think a big moment when you get here to Omaha is to take the team to the ballpark, which we did. First ones to arrive and get them in the ballpark so they can get in the dugout. They can walk out on the warning track a little bit and see what this place is like, because for many of them it's mythical. It's it's just something you talk about all the time, and they see it on TV. And their first opportunity, certainly Jake's was here in 21, but a lot of them, they've never been here to Omaha, and honestly, I think that's a big moment. I think practice today is a big one as well, where you can run around to the field and you get the feel of the stadium a little bit. And listen, they're prepared, they're excited. I think one of the things that's really important to do when you get here to Omaha is to stay in character. Right, I think a lot of individual players and teams can make a mistake to try to be a team they're not. And this is a very, very special team, very talented and very gritty and tough. And they've earned this opportunity, and they'll be ready to play. I have no doubt about that.
Okay, Eric?
Yeah, Brian, you've been out in this ballpark, and I mean, when you first were here, the ball was not doing anything. It was pretty sparse. But it seems like home runs are really picking up. What's kind of the way the field lays out with the big outfield? Kind of what's the key here, do you think, offensively for teams?
Well, I think the key is to stay in the gaps. It really is. It's a big ballpark. It's actually very similar to our ballpark in Charlottesville. It's only 3 feet further in this stadium in left field and right field than it is in our ballpark. We play in a pretty vast ballpark, and so our guys are used to that. Somebody told me this morning, I didn't even realize it, that they were leading the country in doubles. That's a pretty important stat, I believe, in this ballpark, because having coached previous teams here and seeing guys like Mike Pappy and Derek Fisher and different players over the years that have played for us in this ballpark, and see them absolutely crush balls and not get the ball of the ballpark. It's important that you put the ball in play, a good 2-strike approach, and certainly the pitching that you face this time of the year is elite, right? So that's a challenge in itself, and stay in the gaps, and runs are a lot of times tough to come by because of the level of defense and pitching that you face. So it comes down to clutch 2-out RBIs and putting the ball in play.
Okay, Brendan.
Brendan Preisman, Omaha World Herald. Coach, you talked about the mythical qualities of being here and being in Omaha, but also the importance of stepping up in the big moments. How do you, as a coach, and your staff make sure that the players are both prepared for the moment, but not sort of intimidated by it?
Sure, that's a great question, and I think that's really important to have success here in Omaha, is to have a plan for that. We met as a team on Monday. I keep a journal of all of our last trips, and what was our itinerary, what did we do here, when can we give the players downtime so they can just breathe, right, and enjoy the moment and just relax and be with each other. And we had that conversation in our dugout on Monday, and we continue to talk about it, talk about things about staying in character and doing what we do. Those are important things having success all year long, and they become very important here in Omaha. And so this team has showed incredible poise all year. That's one of the best qualities I think you can have as a team, is not to panic and show poise, because and then in these big moments when you're in a bigger stadium, when it means as much as it ever has, they can handle the moment. And this team has shown that ability, and it's a great quality of theirs.
Okay, we'll go first with Kevin, and then Preston.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun. Coach, leading the nation in batting average, anything to your approach that's kind of carried that through throughout the course of the season?
Yeah, it's called great players. It really is. We've got a really talented lineup. It's a tough lineup. I don't know what the statistics are, but our hits with 2 strikes, our 2-out rallies and things like that have been a trademark of this team this year. And the depth in the lineup is really good. 1 through 9, there's opportunities that to score runs, and they've done it all year long. It's been, like Jake said, it's been very, very consistent. We didn't just do this just lately, the last couple of weeks, and certainly we've got a tremendous challenge in front of us. I'm very aware of the pitcher from Florida tomorrow night and his talent, and that'll be a great opportunity for our guys to compete and show what they're made of. And but their performance on the field, the consistency of the batting average, doubles and things like that, that's ingrained in them from day one. And how we put our practice together, how our preparation, our development system, and you do that and you believe in it, then it can stay consistent throughout the year, and it allows them to perform at the most important time.
Okay, Preston.
Coach, you've been here a lot. The guy on the other side tomorrow night's been here a lot too, and he's a UVA alum. Just what's your relationship with Kevin like, and what's that been like facing him over the years?
Well, I admire the job that Kevin O'Sullivan has done at Florida. Certainly, it's a great job in college baseball, and he has done as good as anybody has done I believe he's been there 15 years, and what he has done to get his teams to Omaha, to win a national championship, to compete year in and year out is impressive. And this game is hard. There's a lot of great teams that don't get here, and you come here as much as Florida has been, speaks to the level of his coaching ability, his staff, and certainly his players. And so, he obviously played at the University of Virginia. I'm sure he's very fond of his time there at the university, and has had one heck of a coaching career, and I admire the work that he's done.
Okay, we have a couple of Zoom questions. Once again, give us your name and affiliation and ask the question of the coach.
Hey, Coach. Noah Fleischman from the Daily News Record. You and Coach O'Sullivan and Coach Walter all played together in Harrisonburg, when you guys were in college for one summer. What do you remember from that summer? And, what was it like to kind of, share the stage, I guess, be there at the same time, especially, Coach Walter trying to, win his first?
Yeah, that was an exciting summer. That actually was my first time ever in the state of Virginia playing for the Harrisonburg Turks. Our manager, Bob Weiss, is a great man, still comes over to our games. But the uniqueness of it, actually, it's not only Coach O'Sullivan, Tom Walters, there's been other coaches as well that played on that team that summer. So it was a great summer, and we had a terrific time. Who would know that all of a sudden there'd be coaches here in Omaha that played on the same summer team, and I'm really happy for Wake Forest and Coach Walter. He's a very good coach, and known him for a long time, and the year they're having is incredibly impressive. To be the overall #1 national seed is incredibly hard to do. We've been fortunate to have done that before in our program, and that speaks to the level of the talent that he has on his team for sure.
We have another Zoom question also. We'll get to that now.
Coach, what has the emergence of Anthony Stefan meant to the lineup, especially since his power has shown up since entering the NCAA tournament? I think he's got like 3 home runs over the last 2 weekends.
Yeah. Well, Anthony Stefan's a great player. I'm incredibly proud of him. He worked really hard this summer in the Northwoods League and became a legend up there. And he's got a spirit about him that I love. He's fun to be around. He keeps things loose. The players, previously had ribbed on him all the time in BP because he can't get a ball out of the ballpark. But certainly what he has done all year long, and candidly, I felt like when we injected him into the lineup every day, and early on in the season he wasn't in the lineup every day, and we were kind of moving different pieces around, I think it's been a real shot in our arm to our lineup, the fact that he's been in there every day and delivers. And what I didn't know about Tony, as we call him, is that I didn't know how successful he would be against left-handed pitching, and just kept him in there in the Florida State series a couple of times. Previously, I pinch hit for him when they bring a lefty in, and his numbers are as good against left-handed pitching as it is right-handed pitching. And so I'm just proud of him, really am. He's one of the great stories on our team, what he's delivered for this ball club.
Okay, Brendan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, Coach O'Connor, both you and Coach O'Sullivan have experience not only coming to Omaha, but winning in Omaha. That's kind of rare in this tournament with some new teams like Oral Roberts and Stanford who don't have as much tournament experience coming in. Is there any difference that you think from being a coach who hasn't won one before to after? How does that change your coaching style and strategy at all?
Well, it develops over time. Obviously, experience gives you wisdom. That said, Coastal Carolina won the national championship a couple of years ago and hadn't been here before. So it's certainly not a requirement, right? But, as you gain knowledge and wisdom of whatever it is that you do, that can help prepare, in this case, your team to give them the best chance to be successful. I'm sure Sully would say the same thing. I don't think there's either one of us that have any secrets about doing it. Just good players, good programs, good teams. And then you learn through time, like, what do you do with your pitching in certain situations? This format is so different than everything we experience all year, right? Everything's about a 3-game series. A regional could go 4 or 5 games. This is different because it's spread out. So you can do some different things. You can take a starting pitcher and put him in the bullpen, somebody that's might have started for you the last 2 weekends, and you can inject him into your bullpen, and that can make a huge difference in maybe you winning a ball game. So those are the things that I think that how you handle your team, how you handle pitching, how you handle moments, game to game, things like that I can help from experience.
Okay, Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin Brockway, Gainesville Sun. Coach, kind of a bigger picture question, so I saved this kind of late, but your thoughts on the transfer portal window being open this time of year, particularly for a program like yours that's, making a run right now in Omaha. A little awkward timing-wise, and how do you balance that?
Yeah, I think it's a little awkward, right? Certainly for the teams that are playing, right? Because your focus is on winning tomorrow. And that will always be our focus before the next player, right? It has to be. But you also have to pay attention to, maybe what your needs might be next year, right? And try to, plug some players in if it's necessary in particular programs. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't have the answer. Somebody smarter than me probably does have some answers to it. But, it has to be, in my opinion, where it's at, right? It needs to be at the end of the season for most all the teams in college baseball. We're just fortunate to still be playing and still have the opportunity in front of us. And, listen, the transfer portal is here to stay, right? And it's part of college athletics. And, each program has to decide how are they going to use it, if at all, to develop their program.
Okay, any more questions for Coach? If not, we'll see you tomorrow night.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Yes, thank you.
I didn't ask the guys if they had questions, though.
What's that?
I didn't ask
you guys have?
I
don't know if we want to go there.
Is it weird taking a picture with yourself out there?
Talk to me about
this morning. The heat index in Humboldt Tomball was 108. That was the heat index. But I tell people in Dallas always bitch about, oh, it's so hot, you know. I said, yeah, but we don't shovel it, and we don't have to chip away the ice storms.
Thank you.
That's right. Okay, about ready to start here, folks. This is the State of Baseball News Conference, our annual conversation with John Cohen, the head of the baseball committee this year, Anthony Holman, who is the director, let me get it right, the managing director of championships for the NCAA, and of course Craig Kylitz, the executive director of the ABCA. John, give us an overview on what baseball is to you.
Well, first of all, I'm very proud of the field of 64 that we had. I think it's been a great tournament so far, and I love where college baseball is. I think it's still a sport where runners are being moved over. The bunt still matters. Situational baseball still matters, and I think the fans recognize that, and it's just been fun to watch that during the tournament. The strategy of the game itself is a beautiful thing, and we've seen that over and over again in this tournament. So really thrilled to be here in Omaha with the field of 8 that we have remaining, and we're hoping for great weather. And again, excited about this opportunity for the sport of baseball.
Anthony, please.
Yep. So John obviously knows, and so does Craig, far more about baseball than I. So I leave the selection of the teams and those things to them. My role is really thinking big picture about the sport, about our championship, and building alliances in different places. So we're pretty excited about some of the things that we've been able to do this year. This is the second year of the I won't call it I guess it is a change in the format, but a reverting back to the format with us starting play on Friday. That was went over very well last year with great attendance, and our broadcast numbers were up, and we're seeing similar things. We're doing some additional things in the area of with our broadcast and with our with the coverage and our cameras and things like that. We're miking the umpires, and we've expanded video review. So a number of things that we're pretty excited about. We've built some really good alliances with our partners in baseball, who I think will probably join us in the future with this State of Baseball, because it's not just collegiate baseball, but we've got alliances built with Major League Baseball, USA Baseball, the National Federation of High School Associations. So we're partnering with them on initiatives around officiating, diversity and inclusion, both for players and officials and folks that work in and around baseball. I think that's important for us as well, and trying to make the game just as engaging for the next generation as it has been for our generation. So,
okay, Craig.
All right, this is my 10th straight College World Series, and probably 15th or 16th overall. It's always an exciting time. I think right now our baseball at this level is the highest it's ever been. The passion, the interest is just off the charts, and so I feel like we're in a good position and moving forward very quickly. The coaching has probably never been better, and feel real comfortable with that. So just a great time to be in Omaha.
Okay, let's open up for questions. We'll start here with Ted. Once again, give us your name and affiliation and to whom you're asking the question.
Teddy Cahill, Baseball America. John and or Anthony, the topic of expansion came out of the transformation committee. Where is that with baseball, and what kind of decisions have to be made on that?
John?
Anthony, I'll let Anthony start.
Okay.
Yes, certainly. Yep, that was one of the recommendations for that. And while that recommendation has gone forward, there's a number of moving pieces that go with that, right? The membership has to be accepting of that. We have to identify the finances of that. And does it make sense for all sports, right? I think there was a real sense of that around maybe men's and women's basketball, maybe baseball as well. I think Commissioner Sankey used the example from last year's series a number of times that, hey, if Ole Miss is the last team in, does that mean we're leaving some good teams at home? I don't know if I necessarily would look at it that way. I think it should be hard to be one of 64, and I think that maintains a really strong field and competitive balance across the board. But we serve at the pleasure of the membership. If they want to see that, I think we'll entertain it. I think there's been a little bit of a slowdown in terms of all of the transformation recommendations that were presented. There was initial August kind of timeline. Many of those things have been moved to January as our we've got new leadership, both with President Charlie Baker as well as some members of our board that are massaging and reviewing and understanding all of those things. So that's a long-winded way of saying there's been no action taking specific to baseball around an immediate expansion. So for the near future, we'll still be at 64, but who knows what beyond 24, 25 looks like.
I'd love to see that opportunity as part of the membership. I'd love to see that opportunity present itself. Having served on the Division I baseball committee, I really believe that there are deserving teams that don't get in, and I'd love to see them get that opportunity. As mentioned by Anthony, the membership will have to approve this and analyze it and go through a process. But I certainly think it's something that would help baseball for a variety of reasons. I mean, when you get down to those last teams that are selected, it's really difficult because all of them are deserving, and the margin is so thin. It's an extremely difficult task. I can tell you this: the members of whomever is a member of that committee, they would love to have some more at-large positions.
Okay, right here, and we'll get then Howard. Okay.
Evan Bland, Omaha World Herald, for John and anyone who wants to answer just the RPI discussion. I guess I'm curious, do you have a sense that there's much momentum for a tweak or an overhaul of that formula, and what would be the next step in some sort of RPI reform?
Well, we've had some great dialogue about that. My commentary about that was just simply that everything evolves, everything. I mean, we're just talking about the potential of the field itself evolving and changing a little bit. But yes, I think there's a need for some adjustment. I think the RPI in its most basic form is a good thing. I think it's something that's useful to the committee. I think it's useful to baseball coaches for scheduling and things of that nature. But I would like to see it tweaked. Much like basketball has evolved over time and several other sports, I would love to look at the potential to make some changes. Not huge, gargantuan changes, but changes that would help. Things like geography, things like many different factors. I think one of the things that's a little disappointing to us all is, we've seen a rash of cancellations of games late in the year. I would love to find a way to disincentivize that act because I don't think big picture that's the right thing to do. But right now we have a group of coaches, including our own coach at Auburn University, who there's a standard and everyone is working within that standard. And if part of that standard is to cancel a game late for RPI help to help your baseball program, then there it is. So I think there are several factors that go into the RPI discussion, and I'd love to see it evolve over time, but it's not a simple thing. It's not two guys sitting down and saying, hey, how about this? It's very complex, and a lot of folks have to weigh in on it.
I'll just add that I think John is right in so many ways, and his leadership's been tremendous for the committee, both as a former coach, player, understands the game, the nuances of that. I would simply add that the RPI is simply one tool in the box that the committee has. I think the RPI gets a lot of attention because it's one of the tools that's easily for folks to point to. I would say that part of the reason it's easy to point to is because it works. Candidly, if folks are saying, "Oh, that look at the RPI and they went right in line," I don't know if they went right in line because there are a number of other things that the committee considers. But when they consider all those things and you put them in the field or you seed them or you bracket them and you look at their RPI, oftentimes they're aligned. So that means that you're probably doing something right. That doesn't mean that's the only thing that we should be using. John mentioned, our men's basketball has taken on some additional tools than that. We've got the KPI. So we're going to dig into that. That's my commitment staff-wise. We're going to dig into that here this summer and provide the committee with some additional items to consider for moving forward.
Okay, Howard, back in the back.
Howard Borden, KOBM Omaha. First of all, welcome back, Anthony, John, and Craig, to our home away from home here for the next 10, 12 days. Kudos to the committee. John, I know it's very difficult. We've talked before about what goes on behind the scenes in picking the field. My observation for this field, pretty interesting that we have representation from the West Coast. We have representation, 2 teams from the Southwest, and Oral Roberts and TCU, and then 3 from the SEC and 2 from the Atlantic Coast. It came out that way. You don't know how it's going to shape up going in. But that, I think, is a real interesting thing. Indiana State almost got here. Oregon could have from the Pacific Northwest. Do we see a point when you select the 16 sites that there might be some neutral sites as opposed to you earn it from the regular season, that could be tweaked? Maybe there's been some discussion about that. I don't know if that would work. Has there ever been some talk of going to 32 sites and then adding on? There's been discussions on that to grow the game. Just throwing that out, but again, congratulations on the hard work.
You want to start with that?
No, you start that one. He said John.
I couldn't remember the beginning of that question. Certainly in a perfect world, when you're looking at the landscape of college baseball, you'd love to have representation in the 4 corners of this great country, but it's not one of our barometers. It's not one of our goalposts. We're choosing the 16 best teams to host regionals, and there have been some cases in the past, I know, of potential 2 or maybe even 3s that have hosted and had a 1 shipped into their regional. But I think it's really evolved into, for the most part, common sense that the 1s are hosting. But there's no geographic requirement. What we're told over and over again by our friends at the NCAA, Randy sitting right there, and Anthony, is pick the 16 most deserving teams based on the parameters that we have as a committee, and that's what we're charged with doing, and that's what we've tried to do.
I'll speak a little bit to the 32-hour because I think that has come up, and Craig can offer as well. I think some coaches have thought about that. When you add those things or additional things that you take in mind, right? Our broadcast coverage just continues to grow, and it's been tremendous, and our partners at ESPN have been amazing. But when you go from 62 to 32 sites, that's something you have to consider. Do we still have the same type of attendance capacities that we're experiencing now when you go from 16 to 32? So those are some of the factors that have been considered, and probably some of the reasons we haven't gone to 32. The other thing that I would add, and this is Anthony Holman speaking, not anything specifically for the committee or the NCAA, but I think it should be said, in baseball, it works out, and it works out oftentimes that the top 16 are hosting, but the teams play the season for the seed. You don't automatically get the right to host, right? The seed is what you've earned. Now, hopefully, you've got capacity, your venue meets the accommodations to host, and then you're rewarded with that. But they're not one and the same.
Okay, any more questions? We'll go to Evan again.
I'd just be curious for anybody's thoughts on the state of power in college baseball right now. I think on a per game basis, it's about as high as it's ever been, but it's maybe not reflected in the way that it was in the late 90s when the balls were flying out like crazy. How do you feel like the power is in the game right now, and are there any tweaks of any kind that you guys are looking at?
Go ahead.
I think it's exciting. Whenever something's different, people look at it and want to analyze it and then give their thoughts if they like it or not. But it is exciting. But I do think there's a couple little things that, a few years ago when the COVID, we went from 5 rounds versus 40, and then cutting back from 40 to 20 over the last couple of years, rounds in Major League Draft. So you're getting older kids, more experienced kids, both pitching and hitting, but then also the strike zone really shaping up with the hit tracks monitoring system for the umpires. I think a tighter strike zone gives more opportunities for the hitters, and I think it's a combination between those two. Then also through the COVID, we've gotten older players, and so also in the great strength conditioning programs at most schools now, I think all of those things play a huge part. Another part is the nutritional aspects that kids are getting that they probably weren't in the past, the fuel bars and things like that. I think that's made a big difference. So there's a lot of different pieces, but I think those are probably the main ones.
Yeah, I'll just say also, just to piggyback on that, strength and conditioning has been so perfected, not only in baseball, but in all collegiate sports. So I remember a time, probably 20 years ago, where somebody threw a baseball 90 miles an hour, everybody got really excited. Now, if you don't throw a baseball 90 miles an hour, everybody's disappointed. It's really changed. So it stands to reason that when you increase velocity and you increase the strength and the size of the student athletes who are receiving that velocity with a barrel in their hands, some dramatic things are going to continue to happen. But I do think that, again, there's an evolutionary process to this. You will see years where home runs will go down, and strikeouts will go up, and velocity will go up. But you're right. Balls are traveling a great distance now. And I was just watching BP outside here. This is a big ballpark, and these kids are making it look small right now. So I think it's there's no question that the baseballs are flying out at record pace.
And you remember that because I'm sure there was a story in the Herald when we first built this joint about no home run. So feel free to print that. Yeah.
The flat seam baseball, or the flatter seam baseball that we put into place a few years back, had a lot to do with that, of course, and that sort of catapulted everything.
Okay, I think this will be our last question. Howard, back here in the back.
Anthony, you talked about all the alliances and relationships at all levels for the NCAA with all the baseball areas. A few years ago, the Kansas City and Detroit had a game here before the start of the tournament. Have you had any contacts with the people at the major league level that was very popular, that could happen again with whatever teams that would be? And has there ever been any feedback again on maybe having the draft coordinated within the celebrations here as well?
Yep. So to both of the first one of those, we are absolutely interested in hosting another Major League Baseball game here in conjunction on the front end, on the back end of the Men's College World Series. It's probably off down the road a bit, Howard, only because MLB is doing so many of those special events. There are many international games. They're doing the game in Iowa, Mexico City, and some other places. So we may not get our turn in the rotation until maybe the next cycle. So that's down the road a bit. The draft, we are absolutely interested in the draft being held here in Omaha in conjunction with the series, but that will not come to fruition at least until the next player agreement ends in 25 or 26. They are committed to hosting it around the All-Star game for right now. But we absolutely are interested, and we continue to have dialogue with our friends at MLB about those types of things and combines or other types of activities that we can do in conjunction with the series here. Absolutely.
Okay, men, thank you. Thank you. We've got Wake Forest coming up here in about a minute. Once again, for you all that are in here for the first time, please turn your cell phones off as a courtesy to the coaches and the athletes. We're going to start with a statement from head coach Tom Walter, and then we're going to open it up for questions to the student athletes. If you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get one of the hand mics to you, and give us your name and affiliation, and then ask the question. If it's to a specific player, let us know to whom you're directing the question. And once again, recording the press conference on recording video on cell phones is prohibited in here. So we'll start here. Coach, give us an overview.
Thank you. We're just thrilled to be here. Obviously, I was telling these guys the other day, I've been a head coach for 27 years, and this has always been a dream. And I'm truly glad that I haven't been here before, because I wouldn't want to be here with any other team. This group of guys and the way they've come together and how much they care about each other and how hard they work has truly been special to be part of. It all started with a conversation we had in my office with these two guys to my left and the other leverage freshmen in the spring of 2021, when we were struggling as a team and our team culture was fractured, and we made a plan. Those guys could have left for greener pastures, but they decided they wanted to build something special at Wake Forest, and they got to work doing that meeting starting forward from there. And this is the culmination of that work. It's a player-led organization. These two guys are at the front of that. Our team motto is "Make 'em feel ya," and these guys live that every day. They're dedicated Deeks. I want to thank the people of Omaha for how they welcomed us here. I want to thank the ABCA and the folks at the College World Series, the way they've treated us since we've been here. You hear all these stories about what a great event this is, and until you're here, you really don't realize the impact and the scope of it. And it's, again, we've only been here a couple days, a little over 24 hours, but it's been a whirlwind, and we can't wait to get on the field and play.
Okay, let's open it up for questions now for our student athletes. Again, raise your hand. We'll get a mic to you, and we'll start here with Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Brock, what did it mean to break the career home run record at home for you?
Yeah, it was pretty special. Being able to do that at home, such a career milestone, that was pretty special. Especially getting to do it in front of our fans and with my brothers right next to me. It was a moment that I've long awaited.
Okay, right here.
Essex there, blogger so dear. This goes for both of you guys. What does it mean to finally be here now that you've been in Omaha for a few days? You just practiced on the field. What did that feel like doing that for the first time?
Brett?
It was awesome. We didn't really get to see the field. I didn't see it until we just got here. I was up top and I looked down, and it just took the breath away from me. So, these are the moments you take in today and tomorrow. Really enjoy it. And then Saturday, it's ready to go. So once we step in between those lines, like we talked about earlier in the week, we only have one goal, and that's to bring it home. So,
Brock?
Yeah, it's like you said, it's really eye-opening. You don't really grasp the scope of how special this moment really is until you get to step on that field. And I just took a little gaze around, and took a glance at all the fans and people screaming your name, and it's pretty cool. Not too many people get to do this, so it's a very special moment.
Had a question back here.
Hi, Grace Boyles with WOWT here in Omaha for Brock. Just having this historic year for both of you, and then being able to document it with those Polaroids in the dugout, what has it meant to be able to look back at that and have that documentation of this year?
Brock?
Polaroids are really special. It captures a in the moment feeling, and not so many people get to see that from the outside perspective. So for the world to get to see that, it's just a little glimpse of how much fun we have together in the dugout, and we got some more Polaroids to put up.
Right.
Yeah, no, they're awesome. Every win we collect, we hang it on the board, and it's one of the coolest things that I think we've ever done. And every personal achievement, like Brock's 1 million homers, he gets one for every one of those. And then the few that I've gotten this year, I get to keep a little memory, probably give them to my mom or something at the end of the year. So it's pretty cool little gift.
Okay, Brandon.
Hi, Brendan Prizeman for the Omaha World Herald. This is for both Rhett and Brock. Both of you guys have really turned it up another level. Rhett, you're 2-0 this month. Both times you've gone over 6 innings pitched. And then, Brock, I believe you hit safely in 8 of your last 9, including 4 hits in the closing game of the Super Regional. But as you guys have mentioned, there's something a little more special about being in Omaha. So how are you guys planning to keep up that hot streak, knowing that the pressure's a little bit different on this stage?
Brock?
Yeah, being able to go out there and play with my best friends in the biggest moment, it lets me relax a little bit more. I can go be myself. I don't have to put too much pressure on myself about, I got to do this in this situation. So it's a little bit easier to go out there. And, we're playing the same game in Omaha. It just means a little bit more. So, got to go out there and continue what we've been doing all year.
Yeah, I was actually talking about it with some of the guys the other day. It's pretty interesting. Like the postseason, the stats don't really matter. It's kind of just wins. So it doesn't I don't think you're gonna really remember what each guy, like maybe a big home run or something like that, but it doesn't really matter unless you win the game. So that's kind of like the cool part about the postseason, especially here. As long as you get the job done, it doesn't matter.
Okay, up here front. Well, fight among yourselves here. Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Rhett, what has kind of the addition for Bennett Lee behind the plate done for you personally, as well as the rest of your staff?
Bennett's awesome. You can't ask for a better catcher back there, and a guy that handles one of the better pitching staffs in the country. He came in and then wasted no time getting to know everyone. I feel like that's a big part of a catcher is getting comfortable with all the guys, and he knows the differences between each pitcher and what each guy needs. So, just having him back there is one of the better gloves that I've ever seen. It's huge and gives every guy like the most confidence in the world.
Okay, right up here.
This goes for both Brock and Rhett. For being the number 1 team in the country for quite some time with 52 wins, it seems like Wake Forest has flown under the radar for the majority of the season. But now in Omaha, there's certainly a target on your guys' backs as the number 1 overall seed. How do you handle that, especially it being your first time here?
Okay,
go ahead, Rick. Yeah, I mean, they said that there's the number 1 seed curse to get here, but then we got here. So, it kind of doesn't really matter the seeding anymore. Everyone's going to be good. So if we play a good, clean game, that's all we can really do. If we don't play great, then it's going to be a tough road ahead. Everyone's pretty good here.
Brock?
Yeah, that ranking means something until you get here. And once you get here, those rankings mean nothing anymore. It's just about who goes out, plays the loosest, and has the most fun. That team's more than likely going to win. So we just got to keep playing our brand of baseball, and we'll be all right.
Okay, Brandon?
So, as you guys have said, the ranking doesn't really mean that much, but the manner in which you got it, you guys didn't lose consecutive games all year long. Talk a little bit about the importance of that consistency, especially now that you're here and now that it's all about just keeping that winning alive.
Both players?
Yeah, both.
Okay, Rhett, start.
Yeah, I think that's just a testament of the work that we go into and put into it. So, our kind of motto is just playing the game, and then we don't try and get too big and don't try and get too low. So if we show up every day and just play our game and do what we do well, then usually it works in our favor. You're not going to win every game, but as long as we do what we do, we have a pretty good shot of going in there and winning.
Brock?
Yeah, like you said, you're not going to win every game. So going out there and, bouncing back, it's all about how you respond. And we responded really well to any adversity that's ever hit us all year. So when that adversity hits, we know how to bounce back, and that's just with the love and fun that we have with one another. So being able to do that, and, like you said, not lose consecutive games, it's huge. So being able to go into this weekend, it's pretty special.
Okay, we'll go back to Eric here.
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Brock, you guys hit 9 home runs the other day. You had 3 of them. The ball seems to be flying a lot in college baseball this year for you guys. After going through batting practice, how was the ball carrying today, and how do you think this ballpark is going to play for you?
Yeah, it actually looks a lot bigger on TV than it is in person. It carries a good bit here. So going out there and trying to stay within our plan and in our approach. If we do that, we'll be all right. So hopefully we can do that this week, and we'll be good.
Okay, Alex.
Alex Day, College Baseball Central. Rhett, can you tell us a little bit about the pitching lab you guys have there at Wake Forest and how that's helped you develop as a pitcher?
Yeah, no, the lab's been a tremendous help. Coming in, I didn't really know much about anything that went on in there, and there's still, trust me, I'm not an expert. There's a lot of stuff that's over my head, but I kind of took my time and just tried to learn a lot. So early on, I needed to just be comfortable in there, and then each year in the off season more so than during the season. The off season, I live in there, and then just it's just little tweaks here and there that we always find something to get better at, and I think it's a huge advantage. I don't utilize it as much in the season just because I don't want to tweak with a lot when you only have like 6 days to get back out there. But I think it's a big part, and we have a lot of information that a lot of people don't have, so we got to utilize it.
Okay, go with Grace here.
Rhett, Brock, how would you define the team motto? I want to get it right. Make them feel ya.
It's a motto we came up with on our fall retreat as a team, and that motto means every person that we interact with, we have to make them feel us in whatever way, and it's always in a positive and energetic way. And the more we can do that, the more people we impact and leave a legacy. That means the world to us.
Yeah, I mean, he covered it pretty much full and full. It's pretty much every person that you run into, like he said. It could be your own teammate. If they're slacking in any way, you got to make them feel you in any sort of way. I don't know. It's pretty cool.
Okay, Jake, this will be our last question for the players.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Rhett, you've generated a ton of draft buzz this year. How do you kind of ignore that and focus on the game itself when there is so much more surrounding you?
Yeah, I mean, it's something you don't really worry about at the moment. It's a little bit easier when you have a pretty good team. So all you have to do is focus on trying to go out there and win. So it might be a little bit different if we weren't in this situation we were in. But no, it hasn't really been too hard up until this point.
Okay, guys, you're excused, and we'll let y'all clear the room, and we'll have questions for Tom.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. Ryan Sosich, is there baseball contact SID? See you Saturday. Okay, I'll open it up now for questions for Coach Walter, and we'll start right here. Once again, remember to give your name and your affiliation.
Essex there, blogger so dear. Walt, how do you handle the next 48 hours before first pitch on Saturday?
I think it's going to be business as usual, really. It's just game prep, from here on in is making sure our guys are rested and hydrated and well-fed, of course, and making sure we get a little something out of our lift this afternoon and our team practice tomorrow. So I think it's no different than, headed into a regional or a weekend series, really. So it's just getting ready for Stanford at this point.
Yep. Okay. Brendan?
Coach, at this point, you're the second longest tenured coach in Demon Deacon's history behind only George Greer. What does it mean to you that finally, after so many close years, 2016, 2017, last year, even, what does it mean to you to finally be here and give the school their first CWS appearance since 1955?
Well, it means the world to me personally and to our staff and to our Wake community. We've got such great fans and such passionate fans and loyal baseball fans. And the way they turned out for us in the regional and the super regional was truly amazing. And excuse me. And this has been building. The community support we've had has really been building since the Miami series in March as we continued our ranking, continued to climb, and our guys continued to respond and get better as the season go on and continue to win and be so consistent. Our crowds, improved. We started out 1,800 or so against Miami, and then it was 2,400 against NC State, and then it was 2,600 against Coastal Carolina, and it just kept growing from there. So it's really been fun to kind of watch how the Winston-Salem community's rallied around this team.
Okay, next question. Okay, Essex.
Essex there, blogger so dear. Coach, is the plan for Rhett Lauderdale to be on Saturday, and then what's the pitching plan starting wise for the rest of the opening bracket?
Yeah, Rhett will start on Saturday. Josh Hart will start on Monday. Those things are for sure. Keener and Sullivan will be available out of the bullpen on Saturday, and we won't hesitate to go to one or both. And then obviously, the normal bullpen pieces with Massey, Manassi, Roland, et cetera. So, hoping to get as much length as we can out of Rhett, and turned it over to our good bullpen.
Just busted a tradition there, Essex. Jake?
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, obviously Wake has had a storybook season. Did they kind of have your expectations met at this point, or are they exceeding them at this point?
I think they've exceeded them. Again, for us to be sitting here 52-10, I wouldn't have thought that. I thought we had a good chance to win the regular season championship. I thought we'd be in the mix for that. But to do it the way we did, so convincingly, to not have lost a series all year, to not have lost back-to-back games all year is just a big testament to not only their consistency but their toughness. So they've certainly exceeded expectations in every way, shape, or form. But the good news is I'm not even sure we've played our best baseball yet. I feel like we can play even better than we've been playing.
Okay, any more questions for Tom? Yeah, Brandon, you do have one? Okay.
Yeah, Coach Brendan Preisman, Omaha World Herald. This team has been almost historically good. The plus 59 run differential, I believe it is the best of all time for any College World Series team, I think, ever. How do you make sure that the players are able to continue that level of performance without maybe getting too much in their own heads about the moment or about protecting that run differential or that number one seed?
Yeah, we haven't, there have been a couple times this year where I felt like we've played not to lose. I felt like that opening game at Pittsburgh, we played a little tight. We had some balls hit right at people. So we got tested along the way, and we had some good teachable moments so that we could avoid this later in the season. I told them at Pittsburgh after we lost that first game that I was glad that happened because it might happen in a super regional. You might be at a super regional, lose the first game, and need to win the next two. And how you respond is everything. And whether it's a tough loss that you have to respond for, or it's you giving up a 4 spot that you have to respond. How you respond is everything. And our team has handled those situations really well. And I just don't see how this week is going to be any different for those guys.
Okay, we have a question from the Zoomiverse here. Please give us your name and affiliation, and then ask your question.
Yeah, it's Noah Fleischman from the Daily News Record. Coach, you played with Coach O'Connor and Coach O'Sullivan, for a summer in Harrisonburg. What do you remember from that summer, and what is it like to, kind of be on the same stage, with them as you chase your first national title?
Well, it's just awesome because, until now, I was the only coach of the three who hadn't gotten to Omaha. So Coach Sullivan and the only coach of the three that still doesn't have a national championship under their belt. So I still got some work to do to catch those two guys, but it's really special to be here with them. And I remember that summer of 1990, very fondly at the L&S Diner in Harrisonburg, Virginia. We had a good summer.
Okay, here in the back, can't see.
Larry Sorensen with Learfield. Tom, you had a chance to watch batting practice, and Brock gave his answer on how the ball was playing and carrying. Your thoughts on that, and also your thoughts on your team on grass and dirt instead of on turf.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. So I thought it carried a little better than I expected it to today, but we still got to, in general, live lower than we've been living. We certainly can't expect some of the home runs we've hit at our ballpark or other ballparks in the ACC. If you look across our league, there's probably only 1 or 2 pitchers parks like in the whole league. They're mostly hitters parks in our league. So it's not just our ballpark that plays a little smaller in our league. So we definitely have to lower our ball flight in general and change our pitch plan a little bit too. But as far as grass and dirt, we handled that well in the conference tournament. Our defense was good. We struggled early with it early in the year at Coastal Carolina, and then at Duke, our defense wasn't great. But really, since then, our defense on the natural surface has been really good.
Okay, Essex.
Essex Air Blogger. So, do your coach, in terms of field conditions, especially with the longer alleys than what you have at the couch, does that affect at all how you utilize Lucas Costello or Adam Cecere in left?
Yeah, that certainly complicates that decision. And normally we'd make a totally offensive decision there, who was the better pitching matchup between those two guys. But with this ballpark, to your point, if it's close, we'll probably go with defense. So yeah, it definitely impacts the decision between those two for sure.
Okay, Jake.
Coach Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Both super regional games were blowouts. How did you kind of not let your guys get too high, knowing that it gets a lot harder once you get to Omaha?
Yeah, again, the first game against Alabama was certainly no blowout. I mean, Holman gave us all we could handle, and we were, it was a good game that could have went either way. It came down to the last pitch of the game. And again, that second game, for the first 3-4 innings of that game, it certainly didn't feel like a blowout. We were able to extend the lead, but at our ballpark, when the wind's blowing out like that, even when it's 10-3, you don't feel super comfortable. So again, we're battle tested. We've been through our league, we've been through the conference tournament, the regional, and now, I mean, again, for our guys, they said it both really well. They do a good job of kind of staying on us, and we feel like if we do our thing, we're going to be in really good shape, and be who we are. Just as we like to say, just play normal. Just go out there and do what we've done all year.
Let's go back to Zoom. Once again, please give us your name and affiliation.
I'm Skip Foreman with the Winston-Salem Journal. Coach, you have been surrounded recently by the tradition and the history of the baseball. How does that impact you in terms of carrying a banner for Wake Forest with the people like Gene Hooks around? What impact is that?
Yeah, thanks, Skip, for asking that question, because I'm glad I have a chance to talk about Dr. Hooks and the legacy of this program. It dates back to that 55 national championship team, Billy Ray Barnes and Jack McGinley and those guys that are still with us. They're loyal supporters. They come out to our games. We see those guys all the time, and nobody's more fired up for us and our success than they are. And then Gene Hooks, he was out there with us on Sunday when we clinched against Alabama. Dr. Hooks was there. He was down on the field. He had the Omaha sign in his lap, and nobody was happier than he was for our accomplishment. So we're just really proud to be able to represent the legacy that is Wake Forest baseball. It runs deep and it runs wide, and we're just proud to be here on their behalf.
All right, any more questions for Tom? If not, thank you, and we'll see you Saturday.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
used to be a lady had a shortstop years ago. So I told him to take off his hat. And he looked like a Cupid doll. It was the ugliest thing you'd ever seen. Yeah, well, probably. Okay, welcome to the Stanford News Conference. Those of you that are just coming in, please remember to turn off your cell phones or at least silence them as a courtesy to the coaches and student athletes. We're going to start with a statement from Dave and then open it up for questions for the student athletes and then questions for Dave. When you have a question, please raise your hand. We'll get one of the hand mics to you that the ladies are holding. They will then give your name and your affiliation each time you ask a question. So we'll start first. Dave, give us an overview, please.
Well, this never gets old. And I could come back here every year and bring a team and give them this experience and be happy just for them to experience the whole postseason, whether it's a regional, because obviously together you got to win a regional and a super regional, and those are exciting enough. And then the big payoff at the end is to come here to Omaha and experience just how the town opens up and welcomes you, and just the festivities and the practice on the field. And then we're going to get to the real baseball where 8 of the best teams in the country will square off. And I think that's what we have here is 8 teams that everybody's heard of or have been on the rise and coming at the end of the season and finish the season hot. I think our bracket is especially difficult, which will be a great challenge. But we're fortunate. We had a great year, and we've got a good ball club. And when you got the player of the year in the conference and the pitcher in the conference, it gives you a good chance to have the season that you're looking for. So I'm blessed to coach them. I asked them at the end of the regional and the super regional that all I'm asking is to give me one more day to coach them, because they're so much fun to be around, and practices is gratifying as the games, just with how we go about our business. So we're excited to be here, and I'm blessed to be here, I think, for my 7th time, twice as a player, and then fortunate enough to be here as an assistant coach under Coach Marquis, and then was able to take a team at Cal for a year, and then these last 3 years at Stanford have been a blessing.
Okay, we'll start off with the questions for the student athletes, and Sam, we'll start with you.
Welcome back to Omaha. Sam McEwen from the Omaha World Herald. This is for both players. What advantage is there to having experience here? This isn't your first time. You kind of know where things are in the stadium. You probably don't have to figure things out in terms of moving around. So what advantage is there to having experience here?
Quinn, you start.
Yeah, I think the big advantage is just, like you said, we've been here, we've played here, you know the ground, you know the field, you know the atmosphere, and you know what it's like to, try and go to sleep at night, honestly. I mean, with the jitters, the energy, the adrenaline of just being here, the excitement amongst the team, the practices, everything's just amplified a little bit. But I also think there's a little bit of a disadvantage because, like you said, you are so familiar with the things, and you have a certain set of expectations as a team here for the 3rd time. And, I mean, it's not, like you said, just all advantage. There's some disadvantage to it.
Alberto?
I think, it's just, getting the ground, getting your feet on the ground and stuff. I think we know what it takes. I think we've been here, 3 times for some people. And, it's just a familiar territory. And, we know what it takes. We know what we need to do. And I think, it's just a matter of time that we just, go out there, play our game, and, let the chips fall really well.
Okay, Ted?
Teddy Cahill, Baseball America. I guess for both players, we heard what Coach Esker said about what it means to get here with this team. What about from the players' perspective? Just what do you guys think it means to get this team here and have your season end in Omaha?
I think, for the past few years, we knew we had a talented group of guys. We knew we had the personnel to get here every single year. I know, for the past 3 seasons, it's not been an easy road here, with tough regionals, super regionals and stuff. But I think with our group of guys, we knew that, we had the chance to make it again for the 3rd time. And, that was our expectation, and now we're here, and, we're not going to stop whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, kind of building off that, like Alberto said, we've always had the personnel to do it. And I think this year especially, the regional and the super regional really tested us and almost pushed us to the limit. Not saying the years past didn't, but this year especially with Texas A&M, Fullerton, San Jose State, and then Texas, 4 really good squads that, I mean, compared to the years prior, maybe just a little bit better that, gave us that edge that hopefully puts us over the top here this year. And I mean, ultimately, it's just it's a blessing to be back for a 3rd time. I mean, it's a blessing to come once, so to be back 3 times is just phenomenal.
Okay, Brandon.
Hi, Brendan Preisman from the Omaha World Herald. This question's for both the players. Quinn, you mentioned the regionals and the super regionals. In both of those, you guys had to win consecutive games against really good teams, against Texas A&M, and then against Texas in the super regionals to even make it to this point of the season. What do you think it says about the team that when your backs were against the wall, not once but twice in the span of about a week or so, you guys were able to come through?
Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, we played 2 elimination games against Texas A&M, a game against Fullerton, and 2 elimination games against Texas. So you got 5 straight elimination games from us against 3 quality opponents, and it just says, the team rises when we need to, and when pushed, we can answer the bell. And it's a very talented group of guys, but it's also a war-tested group of guys at this point, and I think it'll pay dividends hopefully this week in Omaha. And if it doesn't, well, then so be it. But in terms of just being tested up to this point in the regional and the normal regional and super regional, we've been tested, and the guys rose to the occasion when we needed them to.
Alberto?
I think with our guys, I think we always have this saying of, let's have one more practice, let's wear the jersey one more time. And I think, especially with this group, with the guys that have gone here for the past 3 years and stuff, we just don't want to take the jersey off. Simple as that. We want to play as many games as we can together. We want to play as many games as we can here at Charles Schwab. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And, if we keep that same mentality, I couldn't see why we couldn't make a run here.
I saw Eric first here.
Eric Olson with the Associated Press. Quinn, how are you holding up after that load the other night? And then 2 questions really about that. Number one, what do you say to the critics that are out there about that load that you put forth? And then what makes you physically able to do that?
Yeah, I feel good today. I mean, I've just played catch every day since, basically. Didn't take a day off, didn't really screw up the routine. So the body feels good. The mind was a little drained, I'm not going to lie to you. That's probably took the bigger brunt of the whole thing. But I feel good. And, I don't know how I'm physically able to do it. I guess I've just been blessed with an ability. And through time, through the work over, not just this past year, but through my whole life, I've always thrown a lot. I've kind of prided myself on being able to throw, not taking days off. And, you learn how to throw with soreness and fatigue and stuff like that. It's just, athletics and pushing yourself. So I think it's just been my whole life. I've just tested myself in terms of my physical capabilities. And then to the critics out there, I'm just appreciative of them, honestly, that they're, willing to put the time and energy to write stuff about me and talk about me and do all that. And I'm blessed that they care about my well-being and my health. So I appreciate everyone that, cares enough to put the time and energy to even care about me.
Okay, we'll go with Mitch here.
Mitch Sherman from The Athletic. Alberto, to follow up on Quinn talking about his pitching performance on Sunday, earlier he said that the team rises to the occasion. What did you in the dugout, on the field as that was happening? What did the Stanford players take from that? What was the attitude like as that was happening?
I think when you see your top guy, your top dog do anything by any means necessary to get a win, I think we just saw that. And, he's led by example every, the entire year. And just to see it at that time of the season was just something very special, and all of us very appreciative. We were like, hey, let's go out this and let's do it for Quinn. Let's do it for us. And let's just, give the rock back to Quinn just one more time. And that's exactly what we try to do, and exactly what we did, for sure.
Okay, Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Quinn, you obviously have a unique glove color. What's kind of the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, my glove is unique in the sense of it's purple, pink, and blue, so it's a little different. There's some nicknames for it. The first one was Dora. Someone called it Barney today. So I don't know, just being a little different, I guess. I had a black glove, and then another black glove, and then another black glove. So I decided, and before that I had a black glove in high school. So I was like, why not do something different? I'm a senior. He's not going to yell at me for doing something out of the ordinary anymore. Unfortunately, we're past that point in the relationship. So I figured, why not do something a little different senior year? And if I hated it, I could just go back to an old black glove.
Not even left-handed, is he? Yeah. Okay, Brendan here.
This is for Alberto. You've been having an excellent postseason. I think you've hit safely in 8 straight games, including that 9th-inning double against Texas that was right off the wall, inches away from it. What goes into that preparation, especially in your first year as a full-time starter? What goes into all the preparation, and how can you explain the consistency that you've shown at the plate all year?
I think it's just, for me, and I think for most of our guys in our lineup, I think it's just moving it to the next guy. I think we just have guy after guy that can do it. And if you're just able to set the table or just do whatever you can, just get on first base. I think that's just one thing that I've prided myself is just being able to get on base for guys behind me, whether it's Malcolm, Drew, or the bottom of our order. I think if you're just able to get on first base and get on base, that's as much as I simplified it. Hitting is as hard as it is. So whether it's a hit by pitch, drop third strike, a double off the wall or something like that, I just want to get on base for our team because we got a special group of guys and we got a staff that'll hold our lead as much as possible. So that's exactly what it is. Just keep it as simple as possible.
Sam.
This is for both players. I know you play for your team, for your family, for yourselves, but what responsibility, if any, do you feel like you're representing West Coast baseball when you come here and you're the team from the West Coast?
Alberto?
I think, yeah. I mean, seeing that map of the regional where we're the only team west of the Mississippi hosting, I think, just prided us and prided what West Coast baseball is all about. I think, we're kind of on the shoulders of some great programs back home and stuff like that. And I just, we know we have a resilient group who represents, a large, region of our country. And I think with us and our players, I think we're just, trying to be as good as possible for as long as possible. And I think, we're just representing that side for sure.
Quinn?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any added weight or added pressure to representing the West Coast. Obviously, that's just a part of it, and that's the nice part of playing at Stanford is we do get to do that, and we've been fortunate enough to do that. But I think the best thing for me is just the players on the West Coast that have reached out. Going and playing summer ball, you get to meet a lot of guys, and even before that, high school teammates, stuff like that, who play on the West Coast in the Pac-12 specifically, who reached out and were like, proud of you guys, go do something in Omaha with it. So I think it's just the outreach from the players and the coaches that are also on the West Coast that may not get the opportunity that we have gotten is just the biggest thing, and trying to make them proud also.
Okay, any more questions? Nothing from Zoom. And guys, you're excused, and we'll open it up for questions here for Dave here in a moment. Guys, y'all can leave if you want to.
We're good?
Sweet. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Cool. Yeah.
Good job.
But you'll be back.
Oh, yeah. Can I have that?
You can take this one, not your game one.
I'll take one. I'm going to take both eventually. Yeah, I love it. I got a new one today.
Thank you.
Off the rocket. I'm just going to have to pitch right-handed in it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, open it up for questions here for Coach, and we'll start with Jake and get it over with here.
Coach, the last thing Bill said to you last year was see you again next year. How have you kind of done your part to fulfill that prophecy?
You never know. You really don't, and you never know which team is if they're going to be that team. I remember back in 1987 when I always said to myself, did Coach Marcus look in that locker room and say, this is the team that's going to get it for him? And there is no way he could have thought that. I mean, we had new players all over the place. I was a senior shortstop playing for the first time. We had a left fielder who was an infielder. We had a freshman, so you just didn't know. But one, giving yourself the best chance is try to keep them together. And that's kind of been the hallmark of our program. For me, I say it over and over ad nauseum because they hear it all the time, that I just want to deliver the same experience that I had as a player at Stanford, which was I got to play with my best friends. And I always talk about some of those relationships. They're as close to me as brothers. And I hear from them all the time about how proud they are of our program. And one, just preparing our players to be ready to play. And quite frankly, it's not by accident necessarily that it's so hard for us, because we train them for hard and embrace it. If you look at the history of how we've got here, it's been through just a war against Fresno State and then another war against Irvine and then Texas State. I mean, there's just been time after time that it's been really hard for us to get to the next level, but they're used to it. So I just try to get them to embrace that and look forward to it and don't back away and be afraid of it. We got it again this year, and they answered the bell for that as well.
Okay, Ted.
Can you just explain what Quinn means to this team and to the program for 4 years now?
Well, one, it makes me a little emotional to think about just his maturity and his growth as a person. And I remember saying to his mom, even at the end of the season. But what a blessing that we were given that he came back for his senior year, because he could have easily not. He was ready to move on to pro baseball if that had been his choice. It wasn't right for him, and he talks about remembering the role that Brendan Beck and Alex Williams played as seniors and what they gave to the program, what they gave to the pitching staff. They took the Friday night role, which everyone else got to pitch in a more comfortable role with him coming back. He embraced that, and he has fulfilled every piece of being that Friday night starter. But he came to Stanford. He was probably a little quiet, standoffish, awkward left-handed pitcher. And now he's the most vocal guy in the dugout, supporting his teammates and standing behind them. And he leads by example, and he plays to win and shows that to the players here. So much like the Alex Williams and Brendan Beck, next year's team will kind of take the baton from what he's left. And I always tell them to, when we leave a place in the dugout or a locker room, I say, leave it better than you found it. And he's left our program better than he found it.
Eric has a major question.
Yeah, my usual. Eric Olson, AP. Who's your starter going to be?
Good question. I don't know that we've come to that decision quite yet. We're still monitoring Quinn to see physically how he comes off of that. He wants to pitch and he's pushing, but again, we're looking into his well-being too. I would be surprised if he didn't, but we are leaving that open based on we're going to make sure that he's physically at his best. Joey Dixon would be probably, yeah.
And then, I know you touched on it at the Super Regional when you were asked about it the day after Quinn's pitching performance the other night. But do you have anything to add to? Or you mentioned that people don't know necessarily all that goes into some of these things that they might not speak with the full knowledge of what's happening. What is it that was going on that made you think that it was okay for him to go that long? And what do you say to? I guess the critics, they say it's abusive.
Yeah, obviously we're looking at someone what stress pitches they're throwing. Like he's not cranking off 75% sliders or breaking pitches. He's throwing maybe 80 changeups during the game, right? And I thought between the change and the fastball that his stress pitches were down. The trainers, I consult with the trainers if it's smart that and the strength coaches, and they were on board, and they said, hey, he's built for this. He's built for at the end of the year that you could ask him, on one occasion to make a real serious go. We had monitored him, he's probably the only starting pitcher I've had that we had him in shape that he was able to go 120 pitches every game. To be our Friday starter, he was going to have to do that based on how his pitch counts work. And he adapted to that, and instead of going five innings at 100 pitches, he's able to navigate through 8 innings at 120. And so, sometimes you think about how many pitchers you've held back that you didn't give them a little bit longer leash, that they couldn't have been a better pitcher, with the finish line being so short. He has done it last year. He's resilient. Last year he pitched that role where he would close for us on Friday, Saturday, and whatever pitches he had left on the weekend, we would use on Sunday. He had 9 wins and 9 saves. He was resilient. He'd always kind of bounce back. And if people watched, when I'm walking around the baseball field on a Monday, if I'm just kind of taking a tour of the stadium, I can hear one thing, which is a ball hitting up against our padded fence, and it's Quinn Matthews throwing the day after he pitches. And he talks about that he some days throws because he wants to know what adjustments he has to make when he has some fatigue. So he's trained himself to be very resilient, and that was part of the decision. The other part is, he wanted in so bad and was, talking a little bit, that's why he came back his senior year, was to have the ball in his hand for this team with the season on the line. And, you struggle with yourself whether to give him that opportunity or not. And, again, with his safety in mind, it seemed like the right thing to do for him.
Okay, Brendan.
Coach Brendan Preisman, Omaha World Herald. Obviously, Quinn is going to be the subject of a lot of the headlines with his performance against Texas and really his performance all season. But your offense has also really picked it up as of late. They've scored fewer than 5 runs in a game just twice since April 23rd. What do you think might be behind that offensive explosion, and how are you and your staff planning on making sure that it continues here in Omaha?
It gets tougher and tougher when you as you move on in the tournament because you're facing the best of the best pitching staffs, and we all know that good pitching can stop good hitting a lot of times. So we've got to be a balanced team, obviously with Quinn pitching and playing defense and being able to just attack and game plan. My assistant coaches do such an unbelievable job of preparing our offense, our defense, and everyone, whether it means having a plan and what's going to give us the best opportunity to face the most elite pitching in the country. I think our guys do a great job preparing and executing the plan. We've got some talent too. That without a doubt, we've got an offense that's got some talent. We depend a little bit on the home run, which is hard at Omaha. So the double becomes more into play, and the low line drive is a bigger factor than the home run here at Omaha. Usually, we'll see how this week plays out.
Okay, Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, last year you talked about the people who didn't get to play that much and how they impacted your program. Who out of that group has kind of stepped up this year?
Alberto Rios, for one, a year ago didn't play much at all, and has stepped up to be the player of the year of the conference, right? And then we've had guys like Malcolm Moore, who wasn't in our program, but we talk about to those freshmen. That's why they came to Stanford, is to get the opportunities in playing games like this. But development across the board. Brant Panzer has pitched even a bigger role this year than he did a year ago. Joey Dixon has pitched a bigger role this year than he did a year ago, and we count on that. We need those players to develop while they're in our program. We're not able to have that quick fix. The portal is kind of a non-player in our program because of the admission standards. So we've got to develop the players from within and have them feed off of the experience. And we talk about it all the time, like, we're here based on and standing on the shoulders of guys who didn't make it to Omaha. My first couple of years, we had great teams that just maybe fell a little bit short, but talented enough. But the program has just kept advancing every year, and our guys have just kind of taken the baton. And when you lose great players like the Brendan Becks and Chris Bubiches and Brock Jones, those players, again, they leave the program off better than they found it. And our guys just they know to take where they left it and run with it and keep it going.
Okay. Alex?
Alex Day, College Baseball Central. Coach, how have you been able to build such a consistent winner at Stanford?
Yeah, good. I used to hear all the time when I was a player, Coach Marquis, he used to hear that you couldn't take one of the top 3 sports between football, basketball, and baseball and win at Stanford, right? It was too hard. It's too hard to get the quality athletes that could meet the admission standards and do that. And he took it as a challenge, and I lived it. I was part of it, winning a national championship at Stanford. So taking what I knew from Coach Marcus, I knew you could get quality players and get them who could do the academics at Stanford, train them to be good hard baseball players, train them to embrace kind of the confrontation that the game demands, and just be tough-minded. And we had a lot of players that I played with who I learned from that. At Stanford, you don't want to give them the stereotypical smart kid that maybe you push around the locker room a little bit, right? That you got to be the opposite of that. And so we preach that in our program. Hey, we have to be tough-minded, and we always talk about that. People don't want the Stanford kid to be tough, right? They know you're talented. They know you get good grades. The last thing they want you to be is a tough competitor, and so we challenge them to be tough competitors.
Sam?
Coach, I do want to ask you about the West Coast thing and whether you feel responsible, for the whole. But I want to follow up on the point you made about the admission standards, actually. Do you think there's a way that the NCAA needs to look at this? Because it's not just Stanford, but Wake Forest and Vanderbilt and Northwestern, especially in football. They really can't utilize the portal. Neither can Stanford the way that other schools can. Anybody can leave Stanford
for sure
and go anywhere.
Yeah.
Not everybody can come. How do you think the NCAA addresses that issue going forward, given the fact that you could play right away anywhere you go?
Well, I think early on, there's going to be that settling period, right? It's probably hot and it's big right now, much like NIL, right? Where it's a big factor in a lot of programs. Stanford, we're We're not playing heavy in the NIL. We're kind of dipping our toe into it, moving slowly. But you see other schools and conferences, they're rushing into it, big promises, and you never know how that's going to happen once it settles. And I think we're a little bit more reactive right now in trying to see what direction that's going to take. Not that we wouldn't jump in if that's the direction it's going to be forever. Yeah, it's just difficult with some of the higher academic schools that close their admissions and are a little unyielding, and for good reason, and aren't going to bend in the academic standards. So it's a little bit, we're just going to have to deal with it as it is right now and kind of stick by our principles and on how we do our business, and we'll see how that shakes out.
And the West Coast, like, you feel?
Yeah, disappointed. Disappointed to see some very deserving teams, whether it's the Irvines or USCs of the world, not get that opportunity. And you talk about what changes need to be made, whether it's the RPI, which does not favorable to the West Coast, and we all see that, but no one's kind of moving to make that change. It's always difficult to see people that say, yeah, we understand the problem, but it doesn't change. And hopefully there's going to be some better metrics that'll be a little bit more across the board, a little bit more. I don't know if fair is the right word, but just a little bit more balanced throughout the country.
Okay, we have just room for a couple more questions. Jake, we'll go to you, and then Brendan.
Coach, you're obviously back here in the black uniforms after being eliminated twice in them, but you wore them against Texas. Did a lot of the players kind of aware of that happened and they wanted to wear them, or was that kind of you expunging that?
I never picked the uniforms. I always think it goes back to when we went to Lubbock, Texas, in the Super Regional after our first time, and Brendan Beck decided that we were going to wear the hottest uniform in the hottest conditions to kind of embrace the environment, embrace that we weren't going to back down from 106-degree weather against the toughest competition you could find. And I think our guys kind of run with that the blacks are where we try to face our toughest challenges. So I also usually let the starting pitcher pick whatever uniform he wants to wear.
Brendan.
Hi, Coach. Brendan Preisman, Omaha World Herald. So this is the third straight year back for Stanford, and this is not the first time you've been here as a coach. You were there with Cal, and you were there as a player for Stanford, obviously, back in the 80s. But you might be hoping third time's the charm, because the last two times there have been some early eliminations. What are you keeping the same, and what's different about your approach to this year?
Yeah, you always think about what you've done in the past, and God, we were so close that first time, right? We went down that last pitch. We were up by a run against Vanderbilt, and that didn't work out for us. And last year was a little bit different. We got off on the wrong foot against Arkansas, and then played a very good Virginia team or Auburn team. One thing I learned about going to Omaha, when in '85 we came here with what I believe was the number one seeded team. I think we were number one in the country for sure. And I thought we came in with the attitude that if we play well, we're the number one team in the country. If we play well, we're going to win, right? That's because we're ranked so high. And we lost 17-3 in the opening game to Miami. They ended up winning the title that year as the 8th seed. And then in '87, maybe because of my youth in '85, where I looked up to those players ahead of us, in '87, we came in, and I thought we came in with a totally different attitude. It was more like, we don't care how we play. It isn't just about playing good. And to be honest with you, we really didn't catch our stride until we had a miracle finish against LSU. We had a grand slam in the bottom of the 10th inning after going down by 3 runs in the top of the 10th. I don't think we really caught our stride and played baseball like we had played the whole year until the semifinal. We played Texas in the semifinal, and we went down 3-0 in the first, and we're scrapping from behind. But not until then, did we really play Stanford the type of baseball we'd played the whole season. Sometimes you got to hang around in the tournament, maybe just play okay and grind out a tough win, or somehow get a dominant pitching performance or a lucky break and a miracle win. And if you stay in the tournament long enough, you can catch a little momentum and a little fire where your guys can just kind of feel normal in the atmosphere. So, one is we try to keep as much of the same as just, hey, let's keep doing what we do in the season and trust how we prepare. We're in a different hotel this year. Hopefully that's our lucky break.
Makes sense. Yep. Dave, thank you.
Okay.
We'll see you on Saturday.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I kept watching and said, yeah, they're going to make it again. Oh, shit. Ben McDonald going in the elevator earlier today. How are things in Denver? Just like a lot of pieces. Yeah. Thank you, Dylan. Well, welcome to the LSU portion of our news conference marathon today. As a courtesy to the other media members, please turn off or silence your cell phones. Please, when we get to the portion where we're asking questions of the coach and players, please give us your name, your affiliation, and to whom you're asking a question. We'll start with a comment from Jay and then have questions for the players. If you're joining in on Zoom, please use the raise hand function for questions. We'll address questions in the room first and then get to the questions from Zoom as time permits. And remember, there's no recording of this press conference on cell phones now. Jay, congratulations for coming back. Give us an overview.
Yes, very proud of our team this year. Obviously a great collection of talent, but they became a team. We were very deliberate in how we did that. We've had great player leadership. And to have the expectations on them to be the number one team in the country preseason, hold that for 11 or 12 weeks and not have a losing week the entire season speaks to their consistency and their talent. I believe we're playing the best baseball that we have all year right now, and very proud of being here. And with that being said, we're highly motivated to continue our streak of our best baseball right now, and can't wait to get on a field, and very proud and very honored to bring this group of players to Omaha.
Okay, we're going to start with questions for the student athletes first, and we'll start up here. And we'll get a mic to you right up here.
It's for Dylan. Michael Cobble, WBRZ TV in Baton Rouge, for Dylan and for Thatcher. You just heard your coach say it. We've all seen it. Why do you think you're playing your best baseball right now?
Yeah, I mean, we had a little team meeting right after the SEC tournament, and got together and just, we just said 5 games. Just give us 5 games to get here and play your best baseball that you possibly can. Forget about all the stuff that happened in the season. Just focus on the present right now. Give us 5 games and to get here, and I think everything will kind of just take care of itself as soon as we get here. So we gotta keep this momentum forward, and like I said, I think it's just going to take care of itself as soon as we start playing.
Yeah, just what Dylan said. I think that meeting was huge for us, and a lot of momentum from that. And then just something Coach has said all year is just surrendering yourself to the result, all about the process and doing whatever we need to do to win.
Okay, right here.
Matt Tallerini from World Baseball Network. This question is going to be for Thatcher. Thatcher, how does it feel to be with a new program this year and just all the alignments with your mechanics that you adjusted with UCLA last year?
I love being an LSU Tiger. I love our coaches, love the teammates to death. Some of my closest friends, and it's been a great season we've had. We've loved it, and I feel like I've grown a lot from it. And in terms of the adjustments, just sticking to my process every day and really staying true to that, and some results following, and then we're in a good spot now.
Okay, Joe.
Joe Healy, D1 Baseball. Thatcher, how rewarding has it been for you to deal with some of the ups and downs you had earlier in the season, to fight your way back into having a prominent role again, and to be a part of getting this team to this stage?
Yeah, I think it's been rewarding. With failure or success, I stayed true to my process every day with my work, and it feels good to contribute to the team. It obviously, when you're going out there and you don't feel like you're contributing and letting some of your guys down, it's the worst feeling in the world. So it feels really good to kind of contribute, and I just want to help us win.
Yeah, Brandon, back here.
So you guys mentioned that you guys held a team meeting after the SEC tournament, and the result has been a 5-game winning streak. However, all of those games were in Baton Rouge. This is obviously not Baton Rouge. So how are you guys planning on keeping that alive, maybe with a little bit less of the familiarity that you have from playing at home?
Dylan, you start.
Yeah, I mean, just sticking to our game, really. I think we're in a very good spot right now. Like I said, the momentum is tremendous in this team right now. I think everything's just kind of clicking for us right now. Bullpen's doing really well. Starting pitching has just been dominant, and our approaches have been great in the batter's box. So really just sticking to our plan, no matter, change the field, change the atmosphere, sticking to our plan, that's it.
Thatcher.
Yeah, I think, now more than ever, it's all about just staying true to ourselves and what's got us here. And, I feel like that Dylan said it perfectly.
Okay, Sam.
Sam McEwen from the Omaha World Herald. Hey, guys. You're familiar with the team you're playing right off the bat. What is it like to play a team, yet again, that you're very familiar with, that also has a really good pitching staff?
Thatcher, you start.
A lot of the SEC teams, we see them in conference, and we see them in the SEC tournament, saw them in the postseason. So just about playing our baseball and staying true to what we know.
Dylan?
Yeah, very good team. I have a total respect for them. Great program. Definitely know how to win. So, we got to play our best baseball for this game. Great pitching staff. We saw them early in the year, so kind of have an idea going into this game. But yeah, like I said, got to play our best baseball right now. So, yeah.
Okay, Michael, you had a question.
For both guys again, if we could start with Dylan. Obviously, Skeens won the Dick Hauser today. I wonder, what do you appreciate most about him? I imagine it's probably different, being in different parts in your career.
Yeah, he's had a tremendous impact on my career. Just the way he goes about himself every single day. His preparation. From the first day he walked into the locker room, he's been the same ever since, up to this point. And that's what I respect about him. He goes about himself like a big leaguer does, and if not, probably way better. So I've definitely taken note of that, and just try to almost imitate him in every way possible. Because he's had a lot of success this year.
Thatcher.
Yeah, I think with Paul, he's helped me out, I think probably more than he knows. I live with him, and we talk all the time about baseball mindset, and I just try to learn from him every day. It's really special to be around him. Same with Dylan, right next to him in the locker, and then I live with Paul, so I'm just super thankful I've got to share the field with those guys all year, and it's special. Just trying to soak it in,
Okay, once again here, Matt.
Yeah, Matt Talverney from World Baseball Network. Dylan, how does it feel to not just be in Omaha? You're one of the 3 finalists right now for the Golden Spikes Award, even what lies ahead towards the middle of July. What are you just looking forward to taking the field on Friday night?
Man, it's something that I've wanted since I was a freshman, walking into the locker room, and it's just something that I've thought about every single day leading up to this point. I want to go here and experience all this, being able to play baseball or playoff baseball, at the box was something, but being able to play here is something else. The crowds are going to double, triple, atmosphere is going to be electric. Being able to play here is pretty awesome. So, and then Golden Spikes thing, it's awesome. But we got a job here to do, and that's the only thing on my mind right now.
Okay, right here.
Yeah, this can be for Dylan and
Who's
also.
your name and address?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Glenn West with Go247. This could be for Coach and for Dylan.
We're going with the players first.
Oh, players. Okay, gotcha. Dylan, just could you talk about? I guess seems like a common theme this year has been guys accepting their roles and thriving in those environments. Thatcher's a great example. Josh Pearson. Just could you talk about the willingness of this team and these guys being able to adapt to their roles pretty consistently?
Yeah, I think it all starts with the older guys, really. Some of our older guys didn't start early in the year, so having them being able to come in and produce the way they did really just kind of, moved on to the younger guys, and they've done a tremendous job. Like Pearson and Paxton sometimes, and then just other guys. Really, at any point, I have faith in all the guys, and everybody else does. So it doesn't matter who you are at any moment, any spot in the lineup. I think they're going to do a good job of staying present, staying locked in, and producing.
Okay, Brendan.
Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. This one is for both the players. LSU all year has been very good at a whole ton of things. The team's borderline top 10 in walks and hits per inning. They're a fantastic hitting team. I believe you guys lead the nation in hits. So Dylan as a hitter and then Thatcher as a pitcher, what does it mean to you guys that the other side of the ball is always constantly able to produce and give you some support?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's a good feeling when the pitchers are doing their job and getting flipping the lineup over, or flipping to the other side to have the lineup do what it does best. Just going up there and hitting. We have a great offensive approach each and every day. Sticking to our plans is, just commanding the line of scrimmage in baseball is what we call it. I think we do that, good things will happen for both sides of the playing field.
Thatcher.
Yeah, I think just like both sides of the ball, picking each other up. I think that's a huge component of our team. I know when I get the ball or anyone else gets the ball that we're going to score. And, as a staff, we're just looking to pick up the offense if, maybe to put up a zero that inning. But I think that's just a huge component of our team.
Okay, here in the middle, here in the back.
Hello, Leah Van, Baton Rouge Advocate. Dylan, I know that hitting in this ballpark, it's a little different here. The foul territory is bigger, and I'm just wondering, like, how that adjusts, like, your game plan as a hitter.
As a hitter, yeah, I mean, really just sticks to, stays the same, really, sticking to the approach. Foul territory gets a little bit bigger, but the field stays the same, really. So we just stick to our approach, really. I think everything will kind of just take care of itself. Just middle approach, command in the strike zone. Good things will happen to both sides of the ball.
Okay, Michael?
Dylan, your answer to my Skeens question kind of just triggered something. Did you feel like you had a partner in crime when you showed up on campus, somebody else that could kind of shoulder the burden along with you as the face of this program?
Yeah, I mean, didn't really view myself as like the face of the program, just kind of doing my thing every day. But yeah, just having somebody to kind of just lead the team, not just on the hitter side, but like on the pitching side too, having somebody, because last year we had older guys being able to kind of be the role model, the leaders of the team, and Paul has really stepped up in being able to kind of be the leader for the younger guys, and it's been tremendous. Guys have been looking up to him and kind of following him and seeing how the way he goes about himself. So it's been good.
Another from Leanne.
Thatcher, I know when you first came here, you wanted the number 25, and then you saw that Hayden Travinsky had it. Can you say me, like, how did your relationship with him start, and what is it like now?
Yeah, I love Hayden. He was one of the first guys I met. When I came here, I didn't know anyone, and he was one of the first guys I met. We'd go out and get food together and hang out, and it just felt really cool, like, to be welcomed by him. And he's such a great clubhouse guy, and he's a leader. And to see what he does on the field every day is couldn't be happy for him, and no one deserves it more, considering the adversity he's gone through and just persistence and doing what he does. So I love that guy.
Okay, any more questions for the players? Michael, this will be our last one.
You plugged us into Outback, and then I saw a bunch of pictures. It's a bunch of you guys, I guess, that go, or different groups of guys that go. What does that do as far as team bonding? Are there other places that everybody kind of goes and groups up and kind of shares a meal together?
Yeah, for sure. I think that's one of the most fun part of college and being on a team, I think, is going out to eat and hanging out. And, we love each other. We love to hang out. And, we go out to eat. It's kind of the pitchers, and, it's just a lot of fun.
Do the hitters have a place?
Not really. We kind of just like, we're always around each other, every day at the field. So, I don't know. We used to do that a lot in the fall, really. We used to go out to the nutrition center, all of us, the whole team, and just have team dinners, team lunches, whatever it was. I think that helps a lot. I think that's why we're so close and why we gel so good. So it's been great.
I go to Mike Anderson's every night. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. You're excused. And we'll open it up here for questions for the coach here in a second, as their hands have blown up. Thanks, man. We'll see you tomorrow. See you Saturday. Okay. Let's start. We'll start with Joe here.
Jay, it's been a few years since this program has been back here. How much does it speak to kind of the expectations in Baton Rouge for this program that, though it's been a few years, it kind of gets talked about like it's been ages since you guys have been back here?
I never really thought of it in terms of how long it had been for LSU. This is my favorite place in the world, and this program has had as good a history as any program in college baseball of being here. I think in accepting the job, I really wanted this group of players to play here. I mean, the guy sitting to my left, he was part of me deciding to come here, to get an opportunity to coach him at LSU for 2 years. And they've done everything that we've asked them to do for 700-plus days. And, when we took the field last weekend, there was just a really solid peace of mind that these guys were going to do it. And to see the fans get behind them, they're going to get behind LSU no matter what. But this is a really easy group to get behind, how hard they play, how much they care, how invested they are in the program. And, that's kind of more where my thoughts were.
Okay, let's go to the other side here.
Jacques Doucet, WAP-TV in Baton Rouge. Coach, I want to ask you a couple of things. First off, I think last week you said you can't control your performance unless you control yourself. And I wonder how much that applies to you, because your players say that you are not a shouter and a screamer when you coach them. You're pretty much level with them.
Well, I think in leadership, you can talk about it the way you want them to do it, or you can talk about it and you can try to show them. And certainly not perfect in that regard. And, like I'll use Thatcher as an example. His competitiveness is his best quality. And a lot of our conversations are never turning your best quality against you. And that's one I can relate to. And as a younger coach, maybe get a little more overly intense, for lack of a better word. But as I've grown in this role and in leadership, I've always believed it's better to show them the way than to tell them the way, and you get more buy-in when you tell them if you show it to them.
And when you were growing up, when did baseball really hook you? And when did you become just so in love with the sport? And do you have any humorous thoughts? Your family, friends, hey Jay, let's go do this. Oh, he's watching baseball, or
Yeah, I mean, relative to Omaha and the College World Series, I grew up in a small town, and playing Major League Baseball might as well have been going to the moon. You know what I mean? But, when you watch the College World Series, whether it was LSU, Texas, Stanford, that kind of seemed like a realistic goal. And so that was probably the first thought. I mean, football is my first love, no question about that. But I realized really quickly, very good high school player, there wasn't many 5'7", 165-pound running backs running around the SEC or the Pac-12 or that sort of thing. So it was just, this is the way it was going to be. And, got to play college baseball. And then, becoming a coach was really the only option. I'm addicted to winning. I'm addicted to developing programs and helping players achieve their goals. And it was just the route that it was going to be. And, it's really awesome to be able to do it at LSU. I mean, because I view our university, our program as the pinnacle of the sport.
Okay, Leanne. Okay, then we'll get. I don't care. Either way. We'll get you.
Hey, Jay, Sam McCune from the Omaha World Herald. Welcome back to the College World Series. Okay, so when you're recruiting Paul, or he's in the transfer portal and he's coming from Air Force, his fastball is 93, 94 miles an hour when he was there against Mountain West competition. How did his fastball jump the way that it did, 5 miles an hour upward? And how has he been able to be even better against better competition this year?
It's a great question. I think there's a lot of value in simplicity, I think. And he's a great two-way player. I mean, this dude was launching home runs in fall baseball. I mean, as impressive as it gets. And he definitely could make an impact. Had I just made him a position player, he would have 20 home runs right now and potentially be hitting 5th or 6th for our team. Well, we had a really deliberate plan on the pitching side of it. We got him started right when he got to campus with Coach Wes Johnson to develop his slider. There were some things that we needed to do. And so we started to do that early. We shut him down earlier in the fall to give him more ramp-up time for the season. And then, it wasn't intentional, but I think kind of removing the two-way player thing, I started to see his ability to recover physically better. And you're minimizing the rotations because the rotation of a pitching delivery, rotation of a hitting swing, he's right-handed in both, it's very similar. And so I feel like last year he was catching. He was swinging a bat. He was running the bases. He was potentially playing first base at times. And then also, going 6 or 7 innings in a league that's not very easy to pitch in. And I know that firsthand. So I think kind of the simplicity of it, and then you take someone that is so driven, that is so disciplined, and get them on track with one thing. What does Friday to Friday look like? And then he's absolutely mastered that. So when you're talking about recovery, when you're talking about development, velocity improvement, improving his secondary pitches, he's been able to go all in on those things. And I think that's probably the reasoning.
Okay, Leanne.
This is kind of more of an off-the-field question, but this team has a lot of, goofiness to it, like the Hayden Travinsky shirt, the Jobu statue. Are as a coach, like, what's it like to kind of see these fun things that kind of bring your team together? And I was talking to Hayden. He said that he thinks like more successful teams have goofy clubhouses.
Yeah, I won't take any credit for the goofiness. That's for sure. Now, I really want players to be themselves, but to become a team. And I think that's been a big part of why I think this has worked. Is there was talented players here that were going to be coming into their own, that we tried to give them a development template. But for them to develop, they have to be at the field. And for them to develop as a team, they have to be together. So part of that, they have to take ownership in. And so if you let them be themselves, obviously within reason, with, class and character and all those types of things, I've always just found the buy-in goes up tremendously. So as far as Travinsky T-shirts and all that, it's like, what? We're good. Like they could just, as long as it's appropriate, I'm good with it.
Hey, Glenn.
Glenn West 247. I'm wondering if you can expand on what I asked Dylan earlier, just about your team being able to kind of adapt different roles. I mean, Gavin Guidry was probably looking at infield, and then certainly was a pitcher. Trey was in left field a good part of the year. Could you just speak on that mentality as a whole from the players? And then is there a particular player that maybe at the beginning of the year you thought had a role and then has kind of evolved into a different one for you guys that you're really proud of?
Yeah, I'm very proud of all of that. I mean, we have a saying that, I will always place the needs of the team above my own. And going into August, when they were all going to show up, a lot was made of the returning players, and rightfully so. Dylan's coming back. Trey Morgan is coming back. Jordan Thompson is coming back. So we had a nice core to start out with that had some successful playing experience. They won 40 games and finished in the top 4 in the SEC last year. Then you had this high school recruiting class, #1 class in the country, Paxton Kling, Chase Shores, Jared Jones, Brady Neal, Gavin Guidry, all these guys that are going to carry the torch of this thing, after this year is over. Well, then you go in the transfer portal, and it's Paul Skeens, Tommy White, Thatcher Hurd, Christian Little, Ben Napolt. So that's an amazing collection of talent. But in the first meeting, I said that doesn't make us a team. And so developing them as people, developing them as teammates, not just accepting their role, but embracing it and communicating. It might look different in game 1 than game 10. It might look different in game 20, game 50, and then in Omaha. And that's been the case. And there's so many good examples of that. Cade Beloso was probably in line to get a bunch more at-bats early, but Tommy hurt his shoulder. So he couldn't play defense for a number of games. So that really pinched him into the DH role. Cade kind of got pushed out a little bit. Hayden Travinsky didn't have a lot of at-bats the first 25, 30 games of the year. There's not a better hitter in college baseball right now than him. Josh Pearson, was a starter all year last year. Kind of got beat out at the beginning of the year, yet when it's been winning time, that's the guy I want in the box. And so they've all been ready to make their contribution because they made it about the team instead of themselves. And I can't speak higher about that because I think it's incredibly uncommon nowadays.
Okay, right back here.
Hey, Jay, you talked before, of course, about Paul Skeens' impact on this team. The way that younger players have been able to now watch him over the last year, do you think, even though he's only here for 11 months or so, that there's going to be a lasting effect on this program because he was in it at some point?
Yes, and I would say the exact same thing for Dylan. And this happened within a week's time. I had both of them in my office about different things, and the comment came up from both of them is like, hey, what can we help you do to keep pushing this forward? Like, what's happening right now? And it was right around the beginning of the SEC. We just won at Texas A&M, just beaten Arkansas, just beaten Tennessee, going through that meat grinder of a schedule. And I'm thinking about these guys have their entire life in front of them. They're going to make a lot of money. They're going to play in the major leagues, be all-stars, win batting title, Cy Young, potential Hall of Famers. Like that's what's in front of them. And yet their mind is wrapped around this when they're not going to be here. And they are the best examples of that. And so the fact that they even have awareness to bring it up, there's no question about it. I don't think there's another Paul Skeens in our locker room. And I don't want anybody to try to be Paul Skeens, but I want them to take the things that he has shown and then emulate them the best way that they can to pay forward that contribution that they got from him. And I think that's totally going to happen.
Okay, we'll go back here with Leanne.
Now with like kind of a whole year with the strength coach almost, Derek Groomer, how is his style of training different from maybe what this team had before? And, you know, what have you seen specifically out of him that has impacted the players this year?
Yeah, he's very knowledgeable, and so that created buy-in immediately. He's very detailed, and the individual planning per player, I think, is the hook, because it's applicability to what we need them to do on the field. Whether it's an infielder being able to play lower, is that a lower half strength issue? Is it a hip mobility issue? Hey, Derek, this is what we need this guy to be able to do, and then to write the program of what they're doing in the weight room to get it and to get the player there. He's exceptional at that. And so I think his ability to get buy-in from the player and then execute a plan that's going to translate on the field to baseball is where he's made the biggest impact.
Okay, let's go over here with Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, you had some bullpen issues in the middle of the season. Who's kind of stepped up for that role as tournament play has gone on?
Yeah, I think following the SEC tournament, the regional, the super regional, the last regular season weekend at Georgia, those guys have been outstanding. And I think there's a number of guys that have made a positive contribution, you know, to the point where I really don't want to leave anybody out. We had a lightning delay in game 2, or the winner's bracket game of the regional, and Thatcher came in and gave us 5 innings from the 4th to the 8th. He's not, I don't look at him necessarily as a bullpen guy, but, you know, closed out a couple really big SEC wins, and that 5 innings, 13 strikeout performance against Oregon State is as good as you could do. Right behind him is Gavin Guidry, and for me, he's kind of the star of the show with that. I mean, he's a freshman. He was a two-way player, but his poise, his confidence, his ability to block out what's going on around him and execute is second to none. And then we've really, really leaned on Riley Cooper, though he started game 3 of the regional. You know, he came in a high leverage situation last week in the super regional and got us 3 really good innings. And, you know, I would guess in the last 3 years, there's not too many people with multiple super regional wins under their belt. Riley's done that. And then Gavin came in to close it out again. And there's guys kind of just waiting in the wings that I think are in a really good spot too, whether it be Javen Coleman. You know, Blake Money got us an inning and a third in the super regional last week. You know, Nate Ackenhausen, huge, huge piece of our team. You know, when he pitches, we win, you know, typically. And I think, you know, you could call it struggle. I would just call it like life in the SEC. I mean, nobody played a schedule like we did, and it wasn't going to be perfect no matter how good these guys are. I'm just proud of them for adjusting their preparation, getting through that difficulty, and just getting back to executing.
Okay, Michael, this will be our last question.
Just the guys mentioned that post-SEC tournament meeting, I guess. Thematically, what would you say was the nugget that everybody got out of it pushing forward?
You know, we just needed a little bit of a reset, and I intentionally did not come down on them or crush them, you know, when we lost back-to-back series, because I trusted the talent enough, I trusted the work enough, I trusted the approach enough. I looked at it as, hey, Auburn is a national seed. I mean, and we're on the road, and we were ahead in one of those games. If one inning goes a little bit different, we win that series too. And then, you know, we had that tough loss against Mississippi State. One Saturday of that game, we were ahead in the 8th inning also. Obviously had the big bullpen lead. And I think it was a good time to reset, address, and, you know, it's a very simplistic message, you know, right head, right heart, we're 5 wins away from the College World Series. Right head, right heart, we're 5 wins from there, from a national championship. We absolutely can do this. Let's get back in the preparation. Let's get back in character, and we're going for it. I mean, it was as simple as that.
Okay, Jay, thank you. We'll see you Saturday night. There's going to be some movement.
You can just open right here behind the table right now.
Cool.
Do you want more water? I can grab you a couple bottles.
See where you are. You know, take off your hats. Take them off. It's the shadow. We had some headbands on.
Not a good hair day, Mr. Wolf.
No, it looks good. Does it? You take a picture of it? Still have to see your eyes. Tony, you get in there?
Hey, how's it going?
There it is.
Oh,
jeez. That's rough.
You can leave your bag on the table, coach, or you can put it up on the.
Okay.
Wherever you want.
Boys here. Official spokesman. Yeah, good to see you. We're going to take our hats off.
Okay. Show our mops off.
Put the logo up so your barking people will be happy.
I like that. And our fans. I'm still hearing about the contract signing picture, John.
Welcome to the Tennessee, our 9th and final news conference today. As a courtesy to your fellow media members, if you just come in, please turn off your cell phones or at least silence them. We're going to start with a comment from Tony, then we'll open it up for questions for the student athletes. And when we do so, please wait to be recognized. We'll get a mic to you and give us your name and affiliation and to whom you're directing the question. Like I say, players first and then the coach. If you're joining in on Zoom, please use the raise hand function for those questions. We'll address questions in the room first, and we'll get to you as time permits. Congratulations on getting here this year, Tony. Give us an overview.
Thank you. Yeah, I think kids, fans, media members, players, anyone would crawl through glass or whatever phrase you want to use to get here in any way, shape, or form. And it was certainly a challenging road for us and late hours in Hattiesburg. They did a great job of hosting the Super Regional as best they could, but lightning interfered with a lot. So the boys have been road weary, but once you get here, the adrenaline spikes up immediately, and you're just taken aback at how well it's run and also how well it's attended. And so our guys, I think, are back to full strength energy-wise, and the next thing will be to manage it as best they can as we kind of wait our turn to play Saturday night.
Okay, we'll open it up now for questions from the floor. And we'll go here with Jake.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Jared and Camden, all season it was talked about how bad your road record is. How did that kind of change in the postseason where you've had to go on the road so much?
Yeah, I think down the stretch we kind of just decided, I mean, it's what we got to do if we want to go all the way. So just having that mindset and coming together as a team, I think it helped us a lot.
Jared?
I think building off of what Jared's saying, it kind of came to a point where, honestly, it got to the point in the season where it was like, kind of made jokes about it. It was like, oh, we saved them all towards the end of the year. So we kind of used that motto and ran with that.
I didn't think it was funny.
Okay. Next question. Okay, Eric.
Eric Olson of the Associated Press. Jared, you guys have been known to hit the long ball. How do you think that plays in this park?
I mean, if it plays the way it did today, then I'd say we're in pretty good shape. It was flying out to all parts of the field. We've also got some pretty strong guys on the team, so that probably helps a little bit. But yeah, if it plays like it did today, then I'd say we're in a good spot.
Okay, Brandon.
All right, Brendan Preisman, the Omaha World Herald. This is for Jared and Camden. You guys have had kind of a roller coaster of a season. At one point earlier in the year, you won 15 of 16 games and then immediately got swept in the series after that. But right now, you're on a little bit of a hot streak, winning 5 of the last 6, all on the road. So how are you guys aiming to keep this hot streak up? And is there anything in particular you guys are doing as like superstitions or maybe just practice habits to try and keep this up?
Yeah, I wouldn't really call it a hot streak. I would just kind of say we're playing good baseball right now, and that's what this team's capable of. And like I said, finally coming together as a team, it's allowed us to be comfortable with each other on and off the field, and it's allowed us to just mesh together and know that we've got each other's backs no matter where we're at.
Okay, Camden.
Yeah, we pretty much covered it all. Main thing for us was just still being together as a group and getting an opportunity to come together every day to the field or whatever it may be, travel, be together and spend more time together. And we're excited to keep it rolling.
Okay, back over here.
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Both guys, can you just talk about what it's like to play for a coach like Tony Vitello?
Camden.
Yeah,
in the room, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know who listens to this or whatever, but I'm played for him long enough to even be here 5 years now. So if that says anything about how much I love playing for this guy, can't put it into words. If you're a younger athlete, if you want someone who loves to compete with you, loves to push you, loves everything, this is the guy you want to play for.
Jared.
Yeah, there's really not much else you can say. Cannon pretty much just covered it. He's got your back on and off the field. He's going to do everything he can for you, baseball-wise and just life-wise. He's helped me more than I could ever describe. So it's definitely awesome.
Brandon?
This one's for Camden. You mentioned the experience you got playing under Coach Vitello, and you've had a ton of experience pitching. You pitched in the CWS in 2021. You pitched in the Super Regionals in 2022. This year you had 4 strikeouts against Charlotte, 3 against Southern Miss coming in relief. How have you used the experience of past years to help yourself and your game along this year on this run?
To be honest, this go-around, it's kind of unique because everything I've kind of used or picked up on that helps me, I kind of relay to the younger guys as much as I can. The A.J. Russells, the guys that I think are going to be pretty special and already are. So that's the thing for me is just anything I learn, pick up on, the kind of relay that information the best I can and whatever I can to help the younger guys and the guys that are going to continue to build this program.
Okay, we'll go with Jake here.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Camden, can you kind of talk about what you learned last year being the #1 team, losing in the Super Regional, and what you kind of brought to the team this year with that?
Yeah, honestly, last year wasn't how everyone wanted it to end, but I think everything that happened last year kind of put the stepping stones together or whatever you want to call it for this year and to kind of deal with the adversity and everything that come with it. And we have dealt with a lot of adversity this year, but we're coming together at the right time. So that's what we're excited for.
Question right here.
John Wilkerson, sports animal in Knoxville. Camden, this one for you and then one for both you and Jared. But you have the distinction potentially of being the first Tennessee Vol to ever play in 2 College World Series. What does that mean to you? And then for both of you, how pivotal was that first game, second half of the season, that Friday night game against Vanderbilt? What did that mean? How pivotal was it to what you guys have done since then?
To the first part of that, I didn't even know that, so that's pretty cool. But the other part, I think the Vanderbilt game, honestly, a lot of people considered it like a swinging point in our season, but at that point, we were just trying to get a win, and that did kind of turn everything around. And a lot of people say that one game like that is how a season turns around, and you don't point it out, but looking back on it, that was probably the game that kind of turned everything around.
Yeah, for sure. I don't want you to hear this, but I'll say it anyway. We were kind of sitting in the locker room and looking at each other like we're 5-10 in the SEC, and that was pretty much all that we said. We just knew something had to flip, and then, like I said, finally came together during that Friday night game, and it was awesome. From that point on, it was a really fun experience, and hopefully we can just keep it going.
Okay, we have a question from Zoom. Remember to please give us your name and your affiliation, please.
Ben McKee, GoVols247.com for Camden and Jared. I wanted to ask your opinion on that 2021 team. There's kind of been a common theme of maybe that team not handling the moment as well as it could have, or the same way that you all did throughout that season. What needs to happen to make sure that you all don't get outside of yourselves on the big stage this time around?
Camden.
Yeah, I think enjoy the moment and enjoy the environment and everything that's going on, but still focus at the task at hand and not get too caught up in all the outside activities and everything like that. It's kind of the approach that I feel like needs to be taken this time versus last go-around.
Jared?
Yeah, I don't think there's really anything different than the regional that we played or the super regional that we played being here. We're still playing baseball. So I think we just go out there and attack every task with conviction, and we'll be fine.
Okay, any more questions for the student athletes? If not, guys, you're excused. You don't have to hang around and listen to Tony.
Thank you.
Remember that Sean is the baseball contact. There he goes. But don't worry about it.
Soon as Camden Sewell's sponsor.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
So we'll open it up now for questions. Eric has the question of the day.
Who's your starting pitcher tomorrow?
Well, Frank's not sitting here. We've just kind of gone with our routine. So I think one time everyone went crazy because I got asked in our local media setup similar to this. And I said, well, we're about to practice and then we'll finalize it. So anytime we've done that, it's just I don't like saying something and then, there's no tomfoolery or anything like that. But we've rolled with what really has got us to this point with Andrew Lindsay first and Dolander second and Beam third. Burnsy's been incredible out of the bullpen with his stuff and ability to get outs. But he's kind of changed our team's mentality a little bit, too, with, the emotion he pitches with and having fun out there again. As an athlete, but also he gives our guys confidence that the back end of the game is one that, we feel like we can win each time we go out.
Okay, Noah?
Noah Darling, College Baseball Central. Between your 2021, 22, and 23 teams, which one has kind of taught you the most?
Which one is kind of the most close together?
Just which one has taught you the most about coaching?
Oh, taught the most. This one, hands down. It's been interesting, and it didn't quite work out this way because the 2020 year was so crazy, and I'm not saying it because it's easy to say you were good in 2020 because we didn't play any SEC games, but there's a lot of people within the program that think that was the most talented group. But you would have liked to keep climbing. Well, eventually you're going to get to a point where you can't say we're better this year than we were last year. It's kind of trying to create a standard and uphold it. And this year, to follow last year's act and all the stuff that came with it and just a lot of other mini stories along the way, it's been a ton. And I've repeatedly said it to where anyone listening probably thinks we're whining. And we got an unbelievable coaching staff that has stuck together and been loyal. We're blessed with talent. I mean, there's multiple guys that throw 100. So it's not like we don't have the ability to get to a place like this. But the journey we took was about as zigzaggy or curvy or windy as it can get. And maybe it's helped us in the long run because I don't feel like we've reached our full potential. Now, if that's the case, you better find it in a hurry because there's only so many days left, even for the national champion. But just for our program's sake, our fans' sake, the construction with the stadium, how many kind of different little adversity stories I could tell you about this year, there's been a lot wrapped into one. It's a big old Chipotle burrito of stuff that's gone on this year. Been beneficial, though, in the long run.
Okay. Brandon?
Brendan Prizeman, Omaha World Herald. Coach Vitello, you talked about the zigzagginess of the season. I think one thing that might exemplify that, you guys swept Vandy the week after you got swept by Arkansas, so definitely a lot of ups and downs in this campaign. So how important do you think that getting consistency in order to reach that potential that you talked about, how important do you think that getting that consistency is, and how are you and your staff planning on helping these players get to that?
Sure. No, I think a little bit of that is that's a microcosm of the league. There's a lot of teams that could tell that story of one weekend it was great or exhilarating, and the next weekend it felt like, your season's coming to an end. Mississippi probably would have described that a couple different times last year. So our league is like that, and then our team has been like that this year. And I think what I want to answer your question with, whether it's directly to your specific to your question, I should say, or not, is just there's so much tinkering going on. And maybe that's my fault, maybe it's a player's fault, but guys in the cage adjusting swings, new lineup every day. Where does this guy go in the bullpen? What are we going to do with Camden? And Andrew Lindsay's supposed to be our closer. Well, we don't have any save opportunities. There was just all this tinkering, and I think eventually we decided to go with a few different things that were going to be our specific approach day in and day out, whether it be the lineup or the defense we wanted to roll with. And eventually it settled in. And these kids are young. They want to come to the park and know what's expected of them. And it takes two to tango. Part of it was our fault. Part of it was theirs. But the whole first half of the season just had a lot of juggling and trying to figure things out. And there's been a lot more consistency from the coaches and the players together. We've kind of come together and done it as a group.
Eric?
Tony, I think probably a lot of people presume that Skeens will pitch against you tomorrow. First go around against him, he's pretty solid against you like he was against everybody, it seems like. What can you take from that game, the last time you saw him, as far as taking it into this game?
Yeah, he was more than solid. And the one thing when you face a guy like Grice at Clemson, I'm glad our hitters had a better mentality than I did in the dugout, because there was moments of doubt. But you have to just keep playing. And I've been fortunate enough to coach some pitchers, and some of them have also been pitchers who faced where you can see the other dugout kind of deflate. And the series was not our best effort, but the kids did keep kind of pushing forward in that series. And it was early, but it was one of the first signs of, okay, we got a little bit of the fight that we want in our program. And we finished that weekend off very well on Sunday. But if you date back to Friday or game one of that deal, Skeens was better than us. And I think there's probably some info in there that we can pull out, and the guys can take some confidence in. Maybe we've seen him once before, but he's probably a different pitcher now than he was then. It's probably a different LSU team in some areas. I mean, they still got Mr. Cruz and all that. And we're a different team too. So you want to have some preparation going into the deal and see what'll be similar from that weekend and maybe try and get a head start on what could be different. But I also feel like this is a place where you don't know what's going to happen. Just like our last weekend, lightning, pitching changes, expect chaos and embrace it during the postseason. And this group has done that very, very well. And maybe it's those struggles we had early on that built us for that.
Okay, we'll go back here.
Karthik Venkatraman, WBR TV from Knoxville. Tony, your dad's always seemed to push you in a lot of ways throughout all your years of coaching. What has he meant to you in your coaching career, and especially maybe this season with all the adversity you have faced?
Yeah, I think for me, the players get out there and we talk about being in Omaha. All of a sudden you can look up and be like, holy cow, like there's big crowds in the SEC, but this is a big crowd. And then this is also the park you're dreaming of playing in. Well, if you've got a good foundation of work ethic and things you've done in the weight room and preparation and all that, it should be easy to take a deep breath and say, just go do it. And for me, I'm young and I have to lean on Coach Anderson a lot and still kind of trying to find my way. But when there are moments of difficulty or we need to try something new, I think the foundation I got just from being around him every day is the most beneficial. And that doesn't mean in a season like this, his encouragement or maybe his words to the guys or cracking a joke at maybe a valuable time doesn't, carry some weight. But I really just feel like the foundation in general is one that's strong. And I'm not saying it about myself, but it's kind of the old house thing. Like, you want to have a house that's got a good foundation and the rest is kind of icing on the cake. And so for me, again, being around him all those years, he can say stuff to me now, and sometimes it's needed. Sometimes it's not, because maybe it's after a loss where you don't want to talk or something like that. But I can hear that voice right now. And anything he's going to say, I've heard about every version of it in different varying tones. And all beneficial.
Jake, we'll go to you, and then we'll get to the Zoomiverse here.
Jake McKeever, College Baseball Central. Coach, you had a ton of veteran leadership graduate off of last year's team. Who have you seen kind of step up and become a leader on this one?
Zane Denton, just with him coming out of his shell. I mean, it's been awesome. When you come to the park, you know, some of it's a little too choreographed at times, but you want some personality, you know. You want to stick some gum on a guy's hat or, you know, just shenanigans, whatever you want to call it. And you know, I think him getting new to our program and then some of the adversity he faced in his first year with us kind of had him bottled up a little bit. And now just him being himself shows the other guys, well, that's kind of what we need to be the best team, is just everybody kind of be who they are and kind of let your light shine, to use that cliche. So he's taken on a bigger leadership role than I thought he would. Griffin Merritt and Jared Dickey have been great. Because they're older, they're guys in the middle of the order that are looked to. So those are two guys that stand out to me. But you could kind of go up and down the lineup. It's a young group, as you mentioned, so everybody kind of had to contribute a little bit. And then on the pitching side of things, again, Lindsey and Burns kind of taking on different roles. They showed our guys how to start a series with competitiveness and how to end a game or end a series with competitiveness.
Okay, let's go to Zoom now and remind the caller that, like, your name, your affiliation, and your question.
Eric Kane, BulkWest.com. Tony, how do you balance with your roster right now, everything that is Omaha, the pageantry, the crowds, everything going on, but also, hey, we got to go out there and play some games. And how much do you rely on guys like Camden to kind of help you out in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, Camden, he set it up here. I'm glad he did. He's become a mentor. And, I mean, I'm close with the kid, so no offense, but I never thought he'd be a mentor. I thought he'd be a really good pitcher for us right out of the gate, and he's put together one of the best careers, as John mentioned. It could be pretty interesting if he makes an appearance here or a landmark appearance. And he's helped. But to be honest with you, last time the way we advanced here and the downtime we had between, you could even throw out there was no opening ceremony like we'll have tonight. There was no celebration because it was so close to 2020. I don't even want to say the word. There was too much downtime, and there was too much media and hype and, you know, the daddy hat stuff and all that. I think it became a distraction, and it kind of took most of the attention of our guys instead of just focusing on the game. This time around, I think the guys are just trying to get some rest. We got done in Hattiesburg at midnight. They probably went to bed at 3 or 4 in the morning just by nature of adrenaline. We fly out the next morning, then we fly here about 18, 20 hours later. They're probably just trying to get back to neutral and enjoy this thing, so it's probably moving a lot faster. I think the nature of the schedule could benefit us this go-around.
Okay, another question from Zoom.
Yes, Tony, I wanted to ask you kind of about that 2021 team as well, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been times since then you kind of alluded to the stage maybe getting the best of them within those games, and you just talked about that to a certain extent, but do you have a different approach in terms of the message to the guys entering these two games to make sure that they stay within themselves and just try to keep it to playing baseball?
I don't. I think like anything, I kept mentioning Game 3 against Southern Miss. They were too hyped up. I mean, it was good that they were hyped up, as you should be in that situation, but they kind of needed to relax a little bit. So I don't have the magic thermometer to tell, exactly what's going on with the team. But if we see stuff, we'll point it out. But otherwise, again, the schedule throughout the whole season of 56 games in the SEC tournament, that did our job for us. And that's, again, there's great conferences out there, but the SEC kind of beats it into you, out of you, however you want to phrase it, that you go through that stuff and it prepares you. But I think that 2021 group will tell you, those guys are not, Liam Spence and Fergie and Russell aren't scared of anything. But I think they just kind of locked up, and instead of staying true to themselves, they were not. And it hurt us a little bit in that particular case. But a different team, different time, different schedule.
Okay, remind the Zoom caller, please give us your name and affiliation, and then ask your question.
Hi, Coach. KCK from WATE in Knoxville. When the season started, I know that you had mentioned that it was the learning process in terms of chemistry with this team and everyone coming together. How would you say that that's really developed throughout the postseason and specifically the last 2 weekends in the NCAA tournament?
Yeah, it's gone from, I don't know, where it's a faraway place, Bali, all the way to the United States of America. It's as long of a trip as you can imagine. In August, it was weird. Even though we lost in the Supers, we did play late into the summer, or at least halfway through the summer. Some of those guys stuck around the facility and prepared for pro ball because the draft is later. So all of a sudden it went from Camden Sewells and Drew Gilberts and Evan Russells, guys that just, they were like extra coaches. They were staples of the program, Luke Lipsius, to all these new guys. And it got real weird, real fast. And I think the coaches were far apart from the players were far apart from one another, and there was just a lot of sorting out that needed to be done. And by the end of the fall, we played Memphis in front of a massive crowd down on the west side of the state. That was great for our program, but it was great for the coaches because it was the first day we're like, these guys have come a long way in the first semester. But then you got to start back over in January, and the standards and expectations are higher. So we started where we ended off in the fall, but it needed to go further. So again, I would like to say that, to me, we're still working on what is the best version of ourselves, but we're much further along than we had been at any point in the season.
Okay, that'll do it for this session. Reminder that Hammond Communications posts a recording of all of our news conferences at the NCAA Digital Media Hub at ncaaveritone.com. Transcripts are presented by ASAP, and they'll be posted shortly. Thanks, and we'll see everybody. See y'all Saturday, and we'll see everybody else tomorrow.
That works with me. Thank y'all.